118,398.
1534.
Network 3, incident 4917. Forward it.
Roger.
24, 15824, are you clear?
Roger.
15824, clear. Fifty, 5828, 150, are you clear?
28 negative, picture check, hold for L50.
5828, roger. Repeat.
19879, watch 3.
1901, show us code 6 at the unknown trouble at 13601 Bella Street.
Unit, repeat.
1981, show us code 6 at 13601 Bella Street for the unknown trouble call.
1981, code 6, 13601, Tarabella Street.
For the unknown trouble call.
Right. Correction 2016 35 code 68300 North Langley.
Repeat.
19879, and you can send me whatever's pending.
379, roger.
And did you broadcast a found adult on OSO somewhere?
260 53 standby. 17849, yes. Incident 4839 found adult OSO and acre.
OSO and acre. Okay, Raj. Thank you.
On 97.
Melanie, go ahead.
Channel 90 is 10839, watch 2, end of watch.
Yeah, I know you, Roger.
Thank you.
Can we get a supervisor on location?
AW supervisor means 17835 18814 Clearbrook Street.
17 off 50.
1585 50 off 50.
1611, 1611, go 30 Victor, 9128 Tahunga Avenue, business LKQ. 2 persons on premise, male unknown. Flyer comments, code incident 4936, RD 1664. 17867, 17867, cancel the trespass suspect 9511 Darby Avenue. Incident 4846, cancel by Tara.
6-7, roger.
1795 West Street, additional is clear. 1595 roger.
26T36, DLT notified. Pending Devonshire unit, code 30 Ringer. 17945 Chatsworth Street at the Wells Fargo Mortgage location. Incident 4947. Simulate code 30 on Chatsworth.
1791 roger.
Area.
158 is closest in the area of 3926 Drive.
Channel 42, Shore 17. Apartment 234. Building damage.
21942, follow by team apartment 274, building B.
Code 4, 13601 Tarabella Street. No evidence of trouble, just dispute.
All units, code 4, 13601 Tarabella Street. Dispute only.
Better description or location?
43, standby. Process with 14439 Van Nuys. Cancel by the PI, incident 494.
Victor and Roger.
Can you PR step out the secure location or we'll be entry?
75, roger, standby.
Eyes on suspect.
1799
26T53, the bus is in the MTA yard. T36, can I have OPG tow respond? We're going to be east of Haddon for the first vehicle.
T36, so Osborne East Haddon.
$69.77, stand by.
So it's on follow-up around to NH1. 26 run.
L130, have you arrived?
19L130, Roger, code 6, mission station from incident 4373.
19L130, Roger. Can I get DV once more on Texas, please? Lincoln 7350.
Okay, just bear with me. What's up, defenders? 5 young Nora Mary, 445.
1681 traffic stop, San Fernando, repeat to cross, 5 young Nora Mary, 455. Correction, 445.
Yes.
1681, repeat. Any Topanga unit, possible ADW suspect 20103 Satacoy Street in front of the 7-Eleven. Suspect is a male black wearing a navy beanie cap, a black jacket, black jeans, sitting on a light blue bicycle, threatened to harm the PR and is holding unknown type object. It's code 2, incident 4817, RD 2128.
And 61163.
All units, code 43920, Sunset Drive, driving some trouble.
26T36 Young 4761163 returns to Dominique Wilfredo Canales, license as valid.
Roger, any conditions of probation or any DUI arrests?
26T36, none that I can see. 456.
16 George 22, shows on follow-up at scene for the station.
16 George 22, roger.
Roger. 39, roger. Good 19, can you call the PR back and see if there's any further?
19, roger, somewhere.
Four 894.
Roger.
67, call 6 shop and maybe verify your location.
4, 57,
Oh, yeah, it's code 4 on call 6 Charles 5739 Riverton Avenue, wrong suspect.
No further.
Eight two five.
Watch 3. Can you please create an incident for hospital detail at Holy Cross to further and show us around, please?
One call in 1585, 1581, and then just have it. Whatever's going on.
Roger, thank you.
42, can I get a code 10 for 1? Delta Boy 48234993. First last name Zebra Ida Adam Ida. First name Sam Henry Adam Robert Young. 21201. Woodland Hills, female, other, black, brown, height 505, weight 125, DOB 1678. KMA.
The transients are completed on the side of the road, attempted to stop Pierre's vehicle. Pierre left the location. 2 additional suspects
on the sidewalk, code 2 and 5014 and RD 1792.
73 and information only on a reckless driver in the area of Lassen and DeSoto. Last seen on DeSoto passing Lassen. Suspect vehicle is a newer model gray BMW license plate 8 Mary Henry Edwards 659. 8 Mary Henry Edwards 659. Swerving in and out of lanes at a high rate of speed. It's information only on incident 503.
From the Roscoe and Tampa call.
986 Roger.
Mexico 601 557 3 George Sioux. That's 1557 3 George Sioux. Sunland and correction, Glen Oaks and Montague.
Yeah, Roger.
Continuing, 18619 Collins Street, loose pit bull in the apartment complex. Meet the PR's boyfriend in the alley behind Collins to direct. It's code 2 and stamp 5030 or D1043.
2060, 36, 15 at 20 for tow.
Last of Zoe versus Carol. Female, black, brown, 5'5", 125. POB of September 6, 1978. No want. NCIC.
We'll respond with a delay. We're going to be out to radio show.
98419.
Can you show us that route on incident number 4979?
19875, Roger.
You don't need to just go to 17, Adam 67.
1781 Roger.
We're going to be code 6 Telfer,
south of 10th Street on 7 Tom Edward William, 155.
One George Mary.
Tax 91 traffic stop Delta and Devonshire and disabled flight 861 George Mary.
South of Tuxford, 7 Tom Edward William 155.
Three, go ahead and send us into 4980.
The anxiety that many families are feeling. I'm here with my family, my daughter, among others, my wife. We're starting our own homeschooling and working out the logistics, and I can imagine what quite literally hundreds of thousands, millions of people across the state of California, across the country are feeling as it relates to this reality coming into real focus. We're moving from planning stage now to application of a lot of the plans that we've had in place in the state of California, across this country, quite frankly, for years. Many of them updated to meet the novelty of COVID-19 and the challenges that are being described hour by hour, conversation by conversation. But that anxiety must be acknowledged, and that anxiety is real. And I just want to extend a deep appreciation for people's understanding and capacity, moreover, to absorb this moment in a very rational way. And there's no greater way you can rationalize this moment than to just practice common sense, to be safe, stay indoors, particularly our seniors. We sent out a very clear directive. If you're 65 or older, you should shelter in place regardless of where you live in the state of California. Clearly, there are new protocols and procedures that have been advanced at the county level. Now no longer just 6 counties, as was advanced yesterday, around home isolation. It will be now clear in the next hours and days that a number of other counties throughout the state of California will adopt similar strategies. It's now just time to absorb and recognize that we need to change our behaviors in a way that meets this moment and allows a recognition that this moment will pass, that we will work through the course of the next weeks and months, and we will get back to the life that we have lived. And I think that's most important, because I get people every day just asking, is this the new normal? This is a moment in time, and it's a challenging moment, and it may be many moments in the foreseeable future. But nonetheless, we will process, we will work together through this moment of challenge, and we will work through, and we will triumph over fear, anxiety, and this disease. Let me talk more pragmatically about what we think that looks like here in the state of California, the nation's largest state. Yesterday evening, I laid out a series of new guidance and directives to begin to flood the zone by taking huge workforce that was focused on licensing and oversight, on health and safety rules for a panoply of different state agencies, and now really focusing in on older Californians in congregate settings, assisted living facilities, skilled nursing facilities, our in-home support service workforce, some 520,000 strong, that help our seniors now that are self-isolating to make sure meals are provided and prepared and to make sure needs are met. We laid out a very detailed prescriptive guidance to begin that process anew. Accordingly, we wanted to meet the moment as it relates to new, deep anxiety around evictions, issues that transcend just individuals, many businesses that are worried about being able to pay rents, commercial establishments. We waived the California code to allow local municipalities to adopt what is appropriate for them as it relates to moratoriums on those evictions. You saw already further advancements in the city of San Francisco, and I applaud Mayor London Breed for those efforts, Mayor Garcetti, Mayor Liccardo, San Jose, and Los Angeles had already advanced local efforts. We hope to see other local efforts throughout the state of California. And as I said last night, I'll repeat tonight, we reserve the right to go farther if we don't think the local efforts are meeting the moment. We also made the point that the Public Utilities Commission in the state of California needed more as it relates to oversight and management of our utilities to make sure people are not facing their gas being turned off, their internet being shut down, their water being shut down because they can't pay a utility bill or the like. I want to applaud the utilities in the state of California for acknowledging this moment and that and advancing their volunteer efforts to not turn off or disconnect individual customers. We just want to make sure from a consumer protection perspective want to encourage a reduction in the queuing in these field offices and encourage people to utilize at least some patience and not be feeling the anxiety we all feel when our license or registration expires. So those were extended in orders last night, and we'll continue to make sure we monitor and we make sure the enforcement is appropriate throughout the coming weeks and potentially months. We also prioritized homelessness. I was very proud to make a call to Mayor Libby Schaaf of Oakland yesterday, let her know that 393 rooms were made available. The state of California was able to negotiate and procure the lease for 2 hotels to prioritize out in the streets and sidewalks that are vulnerable to COVID ID, as well as those that may be tested positive as a priority to get them off the streets into appropriate shelter. I want to make clear we recognize 393 units is not significant number. In real time, we are quite literally negotiating with over 901 identified hotels throughout the state of California, tens of thousands of rooms, a possibility to come into a portfolio that we can advance very, very quickly. And we can advance it for another reason. The California legislature acted with urgency. The leadership of the state did the right thing in record time, simply one afternoon session. They passed emergency bill to afford me the opportunity to be able to distribute over $1.1 billion state money to prioritize the procurement, not just of hotels and motels for our most vulnerable, but to secure facilities for child care for those children that are otherwise not getting that support because of school closures and the like, in additional support for our cities and counties. I just want to acknowledge that it took an enormous amount of, I think, trust in this administration for legislative leaders, Tony Atkins, and incredible leadership of our Senate and her colleagues, as well as the Assembly leadership and the remarkable capacity for people across party lines to say this is the moment, we need to work together, and with unanimous support, they advanced that $1 billion+ and we will use that money thoughtfully, wisely, but with a deep sense of urgency to meet this moment. We also recognize, in order to meet this moment, that we need to prepare for the capacity that will ultimately transpire if our projections materialize as it relates to a surge in our hospital system. And that's why you have a number of people that are behind me. We just left a meeting with all the leaders in the state, hospital leaders, some of the key representatives of our doctors and nurses and the like, folks that are on truly the front line. We talked about the current inventory of assets throughout the state of California, a hospital system, just to be specific, that includes 416 hospitals that currently has over 74,000, just shy of 75,000 licensed beds, 78,000 staffed beds, and a surge capacity of about just over 10,000 beds. So capacity of roughly 88,000, roughly 90,000 beds in the state of California. We're running every conceivable model. You've heard the phrase "are not." That's an individual that may test positive. We then would assume, in a modest assumption, that they could potentially impact, through no fault to their own, through the neglect or naivete, one, maybe two people, and are not two, with an attack rate that goes anywhere from, low ends in the 30s to 40s to higher end 50 or 60% of our population. We run those models. We run those scenarios, and that allows us, based upon what we're tracking, not only across the state of California, but across the country, and more importantly, perhaps, with the benefit of knowledge from what's happened across the rest of the world, be it in China, what's happened in countries large and small, from Singapore to notably what's happening in real time in Italy, France, and Spain. We're able to determine percentage of hospitalization. We run those percentages against the attack rate and the R naught projections, and you come up with an estimate of what our surge capacity in our hospital system would look like. Low end, 5% hospitalization rate. Under a scenario, we could see a need for 4,000 additional beds. You get up to 20%, you're closer to 20,000 beds. So running those scenarios in anticipation and expectation that we need to meet that moment. Our hospitals have been running their own pandemic planning, their own procurement strategies, not just for physical resources, but the deep need for human resources and supplies. PPE, personal protective gears, the things that you hear often, the N95 masks, but even basic masks, basic gloves, basic eyewear, protective gears, gowns, things that are also needed beyond the COVID-19 challenge, just to take care of existing needs within our healthcare delivery system. So we had a very candid and a sober, if not sobering, conversation about where we may be and where we need to go together. The good news is none of it surprised any of us, that we as a state, working with our system, anticipated much of these needs and have been running plans to address them. I gave an example last night of two large hospitals that the state of California should have in our possession as early as Friday. We have one in Northern California, one in Southern California, very large hospitals that we can convert in real time. Now with the $1 billion appropriation from the state, we have the ability to secure those on a lease basis and move to operationalize those assets. The 901 hoteliers that we are negotiating with also creates capacity opportunities. We're running opportunities to reduce care and standards without diminishing quality, by allowing us protocols and processes to move people through our assisted living, our long-term care system, and the like. So again, all these processes, protocols, and procedures, but not through the lens of the aggregate, meaning not through the state lens, but through the lens of our diverse communities in California. That the hospital system in Santa Clara County is much more stressed than what's occurring currently in Alpine County or Butte County. Of course, what's happening in Alpine County concerns us as well, where they don't have those hospital assets and resources, and how do we provide them in real time. That was the purpose of today's conversation, to get in more granular frame so that we can meet our projections and make sure that we're all on the same page. But let me make something clear. We need more swabs. It's interesting, we've had these conversations in this country in the last few days where people have heard the phrase RNA extraction. They've heard about reagents. These are components of the testing kits. I'll remind people, testing kits are like printers you purchase, but you don't have the ink. And if you don't have the ink, printer doesn't mean much. We have a lot of tests, but we can't use the tests because we don't have the RNA extraction kits. We don't have these reagents, these other components. And so that's been an issue that we've been very forthright working with the administration, CDC, and others, and they have been extraordinarily responsive to the needs of our state, and I believe all across this country to do their best to provide for those resources. But now as we move to greater throughput, as we move to greater automation of our testing protocols and procedures, and I'm very confident that the President and others are right, that in the next week or two you're going to see an exponential increase of our throughput of testing capacity. It's incredibly important we be honest and sober about this. We're moving from the diagnostic side on the testing now to the specimen collection, where swabs now and some of the media related to the swabs can be an impediment. And so I had the privilege of a conversation quite literally an hour ago with the President of the United States. The President assured me, not only assured me, he was aware of where those swabs are being procured before I even offered my own insight in that respect, and committed, not only is he on top of it, but that they're securing and beginning the process of distributing those swabs. But that is going to be an impediment as we move to more mobile testing, which is critical to get people out of the acute environments, get them out of the hospitals, and get them into an environment where they're safe and our caregivers are safe and our other patients that may otherwise be mixing with them in our hospital settings are safe as well. That's why mobile testing is so important. We announced yesterday our partnership with Verily and the fact they started to conduct their first test in Santa Clara County and San Mateo County. Today, they have increased their test just from a modest 30, day one, to projection of 320 tests today. We'll get those numbers later this evening. It gives you a sense of how we can start to scale up our mobile testing. We want to distribute those mobile testing sites all across the state of California, and we have requests in with FEMA, our federal partners, to provide more support so that we can provide not just the swabs, but the personnel, those reagents, and the test kits, and the throughput with our commercial and our state labs. We have 21 state labs currently doing tests. We have 4 private institutions, hospitals, academic institutions doing tests. We'll have 3 additional ones up next week, in addition to Quest and LabCorp doing the commercial tests. So we're getting to a point where our testing regime, as I said, is improving and improving in real time. We want to just keep ahead of the curve and make sure we have those swabs and address some of the anxiety still with the reagents. We are focused on treatment. This is not something we're frankly discussing enough. It's one thing to talk about a vaccine, and we know the vaccine is sometime off, but treatment is not. And I just want folks to know in the state of California, we pride ourselves on being a center of innovation, that entrepreneurial spirit that defines the best of the state. More researchers, more developers, more scientists, more engineers in California than any other state in America, and the finest institutions of higher learning. And we have all of our UCs already in clinical trials with treatments. And I just want to make that point. I'm not here to overpromise, but it's a mitigation strategy as we move to transition from testing those that are positive, trying to avoid hospitalizations, address some of the treatment needs. And there are many antiviral drugs, palliative care drugs that are in the testing process. And I'm just very pleased as we familiarize ourselves more and more with some of those testing trials that our own partners are working very collaboratively in the state of California to advance those efforts as well. So that's broad strokes what led us to the day. I want to just make a couple additional points, and then we'll open it up for questions. I was very pleased to hear the President this morning announce their support for telehealth. It is critical for the system that we provide telehealth, though not just for Medicare, but also for Medicaid. In the state of California, that's the Medi-Cal system. We put in a formal letter. It's called an 1135 waiver, 9 detailed pages to provide us more flexibility to allow for more telehealth, the same way we do in-person visits. Trust me, this matters to everyone behind me, and it should matter to you. It should significantly increase capacity and access, and I want to thank the President for his leadership in that space and announcing the Medicare side, and I have all the confidence in the world based on our conversations they'll be quick to support these waivers for Medicaid support at the state level very, very quickly. By the way, just as they did for SBA loans. And I want folks to know, because this deserves more attention because we need to socialize it, we were the first state proudly to request the SBA loans for financial stress, those under a disaster declaration, to be able to draw down loans up to $2 million. And this is under the SBA guidelines for employers up to 500 employees. These are 3.75% interest rates for for-profit, 2.75% for nonprofit businesses. We want to start getting those applications out. Go to oesnews.com, oesnews.com, if you're a small business person or know a small business person that is anxious about the moment because they've just shut down. Learn about those SBA loans and take advantage of them in real time. $2 million loans exist in that space, and we're encouraging people to take advantage of that. And I just again want to thank the administration for being quick to support California's efforts, and we can operationalize that throughout the state, and we are encouraging businesses in that category of less than 500 employees to do just that. So we've got the 1135 waiver. We've got the SBA waiver now on board. We, of course, are also trying to address, in closing, the issues around our schools. 98.8% of our schools have closed down. We expect the smaller rural districts with just 1.2% or so of the remaining kids, about 6.1 million children are now no longer in school, about, as I said, 98.8% of our student body. The rest will likely start to shut down. Again, we wanted to make sure that learning is still occurring, distance learning, the online learning, but we are diving deep into curating curricula, curating the capacity to deliver on what we're promoting, which is homeschooling your children. And in order to do so, today we announced and we put out for public distribution detailed guidelines for curriculum, also attaching links. PBS is a reason we should support public broadcasting. PBS has an extraordinary full-day classroom that everybody should be taking advantage of if they're not otherwise getting the benefit of their district support at home. There are many others that are out there, and we put them all out now for people to access. It's available not only for our districts to guide the districts, including those that are in the process of closing, but for all of those that have already closed. It includes congregate meals and how we're distributing our programs and how we're keeping certain parts of our school districts open, and how we are procuring those meals, the grab-and-go meals, how we're looking at eligibility for those that are beneficiaries of free and reduced lunch, those that are not, trying to meet their needs still because the anxiety families are feeling. We laid all of those out in these guidelines. The guidelines are dynamic. They'll update every single week on Friday. To the extent they need to ad hoc be updated, we'll do that in real time, but there'll be a deep reset every Friday. And I want to thank all our school partners for being deeply participatory, but none more important than Linda Hammond, the president of our school system, and of course our superintendent of public education, Tony Thurman, that led a task force to design these toolkits, and I want to applaud them and our health and human service director for their collaborative effort to meet the guidelines we set out to get those out today, which indeed they have done. By the way, it includes recognizing the needs for caregivers and those of special needs, and how we to take care of those that are truly most vulnerable because the school day has shut down. Let me be candid. This is a very sober thing to say, and I can't say this with certainty, but I can say this quite learnedly. Don't anticipate schools are going to open up in a week. Please don't anticipate in a few weeks. And I say that because one needs to be honest, and I need to be accountable to you. I don't want to mislead you. to 6+ million kids in our system and their families. They need to make some plans at a time when a lot of plans are already being curtailed, but planning with kids is some of the most challenging planning. I would plan and assume that it's unlikely that many of these schools, few if any, will open before the summer break. And as a consequence of that, I also want to make this announcement. Working with the guidance of our Superintendent of Public Education, Linda Darling Hammond, we think it is totally inappropriate for kids to worry about coming back and being tested. So at very least, let our kids know from a social and emotional perspective, if nothing else, and an equity lens, that we're not going to be requiring testing as long as our waiver that we are formally requesting of the federal government is supported. I have all the confidence in the world it will be, but let folks know, let those families and let those teachers and let our classified employees know that you shouldn't worry about coming back in the SAT, ACT, and AP exams and all these other exams when you already have enough anxiety related to this moment. So that's it on the education side as well. We continue, again, to be confident about where we're capable of going, but it is incredibly important that we all work together in a collaborative to communicate in real time the anxieties and fears. And I just want to close by making this point in recognition. The state puts out guidelines. It puts out broad strokes of where we think we should go and where we anticipate we are heading. It is, by definition, adaptable. And it's adaptable on the basis of what's happening by day to day. And as a consequence, these guidelines change. And one should expect they continue to change. We want to socialize that. We want people to come to understand that, not be fearful about that. As an example, I just remind you, seemed a year ago, it was just a week ago, we had guidelines in this country. Gatherings larger than 500 should be canceled. Some states, we were one of the first to say it should be 250. Some cities then said, well, it should be 100. Others said it should be 50. CDC guidelines. A couple days later, CDC says it should be 10 people. I know that's frustrating for people. They just want to know, what is it? And I think people should just get a sense and understanding that everybody is understanding what's happening in real time, and these things must adapt to the moment. But it is important for people to know the shelter in place, broadly defined with all kinds of exemptions in the 6 Bay Area counties in Northern California, that will be extended to other counties and already has been in real time and over the next few days. They call for no gatherings. That doesn't mean that within your own social set, your own family, you can't have a barbecue. Doesn't mean you can't have a walk and use common sense in terms of getting your essential needs met with that walk in with intention to get food and get medicine and do the things you need to do. Or for those workers that are essential, to be able to get home and worry that you're in a car with 2 other people. That's not the point about the no gathering advisory that we're putting out for the entire state, not just those 6 counties. It's just common sense. We want to make sure that people you're used to being with, you should be with. But we just don't want activities that are independent of your cohort mixing with other cohorts, and then we have the ability to see more community spread. So again, no one should be alarmed by this. Just again, common sense, and I continue to just promote common sense throughout this process, and we'll do our best again to meet the moment. And finally, we want to make sure people know that their security is top of mind as well. We are putting out a little bit more formal action. We talked about mutual aid with our California Highway Patrol, the work we do on wildfires, well established in the state of California, work we do in the state of California around earthquakes, mutual aid system, simply second to none in the country. Again, not to diminish the incredible work other states are doing, just a point of pride in California and a point of emphasis for any Californian, having lived here through some of the toughest wildfire seasons. We continue to prepare for wildfire season. We could continue to prepare for our mutual aid to be expanded and enhanced. Accordingly, the National Guard, we just put a little bit more guidance out today to encourage them to lean in more on the logistics side, make sure food delivery is happening appropriately, make sure people are appropriating themselves at our grocery stores without overreacting and getting a little too, a mindset of abundance, or rather, forgive me, the reverse, having a scarcity mindset that then begins to advance more of an abundance mindset in terms of hoarding. So we just want to broadly begin to socialize that we're going to support those mutual aid efforts from a humanitarian perspective, a logistics perspective, a food perspective, supporting our seniors and the like, and more formally supporting our counties and our cities throughout the state of California. Because at the end of the day, I've been a former mayor of a city. The reality is cities can only do so much, and when you are not capable of doing a little bit more and it becomes regionalized, that's the appropriate role of the state of California. And we just want folks to know we're leaning in a little bit more aggressively in that space as well. So forgive me the long-windedness. Been busy as all days have been, and I again deeply appreciate everybody's understanding and patience going through a very, very difficult and challenging time. But as they say, there's no leak on your side of our boat. We're going to rise and fall together. We will rise together through individual actions, through a spirit of collaboration, cooperation, looking not through the lens that we have so often looked through in this country, blue or red, urban, rural, but as human beings connected to common cause, deeply connected to the one universal spirit, to love and to be loved as neighbors, as human beings. We're all capable of meeting this moment with the spirit and the optimism that we, by definition, have as a people and as a nation, and I can assure you, as a state, the state of California. So with that, happy to take any questions.
We have Wes Bentinger at the captain.
Hi, yes. I am wondering if, given the projections that your administration has, if you are able to anticipate the peak of when the virus will hit, and any information on how many fatalities your staff is projecting?
Yeah, we run different scenarios. We run a worst case scenario. We run very modest case, more of a flu like protocol of scenario. I mentioned the R naught, depends where you put the R naught. Is it a 2? Is it 3? Is it 1? What is your attack rate? Is it, again, 30% or is it as high as 70%? You run different scenarios, and that's where I suggest hospitalization rates are one of them. If they're on the low end, 5%, the high end, 20%. Those are different scenarios that also require different scenario plans, not just in the aggregate, the number of surge beds you'll need, but the type of beds, more ICU, and of course the needs of supplying those ICUs, the ventilator needs, and the like. I'd rather not alarm anyone with some of our estimates, but I will say we've had 11 deaths in the state of California. As of last night, 472 people have tested positive in the state. It's about a 17% increase from the previous day. I know that there's been some afternoon reports of additional tragic deaths. We'll get those compiled in the evening. And I know people, some reporters, and maybe even yourself, are doing real-time, deeper dives, county by county. We try to put it together just as a time, place number on an evening basis. Again, these numbers were from last night. We'll get the new numbers, but we're running scenarios that are pretty consistent with our expectations, and we're running scenarios with our planning team behind me, particularly in relationship to a part of your question, over the next 8 weeks. And that's our real focus, is where we're going in the next 8 weeks. We want to do more on social distancing. The more we do individually, we'll reduce those rates. We are not victims of fate. We're victims only of bad decisions. We make better decisions. We can create conditions that are much more advantageous, and we can reduce the stress on personal protective equipment, the need for more ICU beds, and the need for more surge capacity.
Ben Christopher of Cal Matters.
Hey, Governor. Thanks for doing this. I have an economic question, and I know the future and the trajectory of this disease is very uncertain, but forecasters at UCLA are saying that the state is now likely in a recession, and I'm wondering, just based on your discussions that you've had with your budget analysts, do you think the state's budget reserve is going to be big enough to weather this without the state having to make additional cuts or find additional revenue? Thanks.
Well, the state's never had reserves like we had. It's just an objective fact. We paid off 100% of the debt, that infamous wall of debt in the state of California, got rid of a lot of the smoke and mirrors on budgeting, historic reserves. As you know, our bond rating as a consequence went up not once last year, but twice. All of that said, the answer to your question forthrightly is we don't know. While it's a substantial amount of discretionary reserves, we are anticipating that we need to do everything we can to meet this moment and not go small in terms of addressing the anxieties with sick leave, anxieties related to unemployment insurance, and clearly the impacts of the broader economy. You recall, Ben, just a couple weeks ago, I was talking about record job creation, 119 consecutive months of net job growth, 1 out of 7 American jobs coming from the state of California since 2011. Obviously, that's going to be substantially impacted, but we are, I will say, confidently and objectively better off to answer that question than any time we have in the past. But the magnitude of this moment may exceed those reserves, and we are operating under assumptions that are very sober and under assumptions that put this moment in perspective.
Sophia Bilal, SACB.
Governor, you said over the weekend that you were going to issue some guidance for state workers in terms of who is essential and non-essential staff. Are you still planning to issue that guidance, and are you planning to give any top-down directives expanding telework or any kind of paid leave?
Yeah, so we have that guidance. It's quite literally being socialized. I kid you not, and this because of your proximity to the Capitol, and forgive those outside the Capitol, they may not find this particularly interesting or insightful. As we speak, Ana Montesantos of my team is meeting with all our agency heads around the directive we sent out and the response we got back. So we got the directive out. We now are beginning to amend it based upon the response. People have, let's be candid, different sense of what's essential versus what's non-essential, agency by agency, department by department. So we are curating all of that in real time. Also, more importantly than anything else, also socializing it with our public employee representatives. We had a number of calls today with key representatives that have expressed some insight, some consideration, some concern, some advice and counsel. And so all of that's being brought in to the fore. So that's happening in a dynamic way in real time, and we will make that very public very soon. I'm hoping this evening, but based upon some of the feedback we got, maybe you can expect it sometime tomorrow. But we are clearly looking to push more of our workforce, non-essential workforce, to be at home, to do work electronically. It's already happening across agencies. We're just trying to really hone in a little bit more focus, a little more acuity, and to your point, a little bit more of a top-down orientation of what we expect across the board.
John Myers, Los Angeles Times.
Thank you. Governor, I just wanted to go back to the schools for a moment. I think what you said is going to come as a bit of a shock to some parents across California that you don't think these schools are going to open the rest of the school year. Can you talk about what you base that on, who you've talked to in schools, and then what about the schools that are still open and there would be some kind of different system for different kids?
Well, as we said, the vast majority, it's a very small percentage, 1.2%. By the way, that's a dynamic number. That's our estimate based upon all the surveys. This is truly a nation state. For those of you who wonder, well, why don't you know about your school districts? We have literally hundreds and hundreds of districts, some with just a few folks, some with quite literally 500,000. LA Unified School District. So there are a number of smaller districts that are looking to close down that need to answer the question around meals, need to answer the question around distant learning. We provided this guideline today to help those districts and also help the districts that have already closed. But why am I saying it? Because you know what? I need to be transparent and I need to be honest with you the way I'm transparent and honest with my children. Last night I got home, forgive this very personal point, very long day, appropriately and understandably. Got home, there were some screams in one of the bedroom, and my wife, who was doing her best, said, "This is all yours." And one of my daughters was expressing deep stress and anxiety that she wasn't in school. Of course, never heard those words from her. I was encouraged by that. She missed her friends, and she couldn't go to bed. And she had thrown her, little bunny rabbit on the floor and pillows, most of the rest of the bed on the floor. And I was with her in a very sober moment over a course of about an hour. And I told her, honey, I don't think the schools are going to open again. And if I can tell my daughter that and not tell your daughter that, or the people in it, then I'm not being honest and true to the people of the state of California. Boy, I hope I'm wrong, but I believe that to be the case based upon work we all have to do, the social distancing that we should anticipate, the new directives that will continue to come out, the changing nature of the dynamic, the work we're doing with the Department of Justice. And John, let me just be candid there. My conversation with President Trump was very favorable, as all of them have been throughout this crisis. And I told him quite candidly, we're going to need support from the federal government. We're going to need to start doing what we did last around Katrina. We did during World War II, repurposing some of our manufacturing sector to provide the kind of manufactured equipment that we need at this moment. That's a very sober conversation to have. We formalized that request to the Department of Defense. We did the same for mobile tents and mobile field units. We're going to need support of the federal government to spring up these mobile hospitals. We have put in a formal request to that degree. So those are the reasons that I'm saying that quite candidly and honestly about our schools.
Jeremy White, Politico.
Governor, thanks for giving us a minute. You talked a fair amount about schools today. A lot of folks are curious to know about daycare centers, many of which are still open. Is it your recommendation that those daycare centers should close as well?
Well, we put guidelines out as well as it relates to daycare, and we also have the benefit, and I should have mentioned this a moment ago, one of the specific things, this goes to John's question and yours, that the legislature did, Anthony Rendon leading the charge and his very strong support in this space. They made available not just that $1 billion for discretion for my team to use to meet this moment, but an additional $100 million to really focus in, particularly as it relates to the stresses that we're placing on child care related to the school closures, and making sure that we have protective gear and to make sure that our child care facilities are clean and they're practicing social distancing. And so those guidelines are being applied and being advanced. And I can assure you, based on the magnitude of this and the fact that last week so many school districts changed that did not have those plans in place, and it put deep strain on that system outside of the school system, that we have a lot of work to do in this space, and know that our eyes are wide open in recognizing that daycare burden and stress is real. And that's why we wanted to make the point that just doing a school closure immediately would have overwhelmed that system. The fact is, substantially it was closed down, and as a consequence it has. But we again had the weekend the last few days to be a little bit more prescriptive in terms of our supports and help, and that is an area where we have I mentioned 13 task forces here 2 days ago. We have new task forces we created. That's one of them.
Governor, sorry, I just want to be clear. So you don't have a directive yet as to whether daycare centers should close, but you would like to see
No, we're supporting daycare centers with appropriate guidance, appropriate protocols. I'm sorry, they had you almost on mute. The bottom line is we need our child care facilities, our daycare centers to operate to absorb the magnitude of the impacts of these school closures. In the guidelines we just put out, and I encourage you to read the guidelines. It's not just curriculum guidelines. It's not just links to resources that we've curated and vetted. It's not just about meals. It's substantively about care. We laid out in those broad stroke guidelines additional information that I think will answer your questions. But we are not calling for all daycare centers in California to shut down, all child care centers to shut down. We are working to absorb this moment, and we're doing so in real time.
Alexi Kosa, SF Chronicle.
Hi, Governor. I wanted to ask you about the guidance you issued yesterday on the evictions and foreclosures, particularly on the eviction side. Authorizing cities to do this creates a whole nother step, and a lot of cities may not end up doing this. And so there's going to be a lot of different kind of protections across the state for residents. And I'm wondering why, if you felt it was important enough to issue this guidance, was it not important enough to create a uniform statewide order on this?
We didn't think one size fits all was the best first approach, but I was crystal clear. When we announced this, all but answered that question. Anticipation of that being a question was a question I had, a question our team had. As you know, San Jose, LA, San Francisco to move forward with some local guidelines on moratorium. Again, not just for residential, but for commercial. There was some legal ambiguity. Want to clear that up. Our waiver certainly does that. But we talked to a lot of other municipalities that wanted to customize their own solutions. Again, as a nation state, it's difficult to impose one-size-fits-all solutions, to be candid with you. Some felt that was appropriate, but they wanted to, frankly, have weaker state standards than some of the locals and preempt some of the local efforts. I didn't want to go there. So I made this crystal clear. Let me make it even more clear directly to your question and everybody watching. I'll say what I said last night. I'll say what I said about 25 minutes ago when I brought the question or this issue up again. I reserve the right in real time to substantially adjust that directive based on what happens or what does not happen in real time across the state of California. If that does not imply my recognition of your anxiety and some of the advocates' concerns, it should. And we certainly will lean in if we do not think those additional steps are happening quickly enough.
Laurel Rosenhall, Cal Matters.
Hi, thank you so much. As you just said, you reserve the right to, adjust your directions and your guidance and, make things stricter on all these issues. I'm not just talking only about the evictions, but on the, stay inside and everything else. So can you talk about what that possibly could look like if you went further, and also your decision to not go there right away? I mean, are you talking about having soldiers in the street telling people to stay at home, or where could it go from here, and why didn't you go all the way there at first?
We're working with 58 counties. We're working with 1,000 school districts. We're working with 470 plus cities. I'll repeat that. You're familiar with that. Many may not be. 1,000 plus school districts, independently elected school boards, 58 counties, independent county supervisors, city administrators, city councils, city mayors, a city and a county, San Francisco. We're working in an environment of federalism at the state level, but it extends in terms of the construct of governance in a state where localism is determinative, realignment, which you're very familiar with for those that follow Sacramento closely, as it relates to county functions being absorbed with a lot of county autonomy that extends to local health directors that have real authority at the local level to direct, not just guide, not just to advance the broader protocols, but to quite literally prescribe them and begin to, at a local level, enforce them. And so we have been working hand in glove to address the anxieties that are very different, let me assure you, very different in LA City than even parts of LA County, let alone in, Sutter or Madera or Modoc County. And so we're just trying to work with everybody in real time. We leaned in. We were one of the first, in fact, we were the first state to say if you're 65 or over, we think you should shelter in place. We have been very, very, I think, aggressive in many other protocols and procedures and steps, and we encourage the cities and counties with local conditions, the acuity of the challenges in Santa Clara being an example of that, to go further. They did. Many other counties in real time are adopting similar strategies to those Bay Area counties as we speak, and I imagine more even tomorrow. If we don't feel they're doing it quickly enough, we will encourage more, maybe the same. But you asked me a broader question, and I want to answer you honestly and affirmatively as I can. The National Guard I have called up. We have asked the National Guard to work with us on logistics, mutual aid. It's not just the National Guard, CHP, and others to begin to regionalize strategy solutions and address what we do often in emergencies, including not just wildfires, as I mentioned, and earthquakes, but PSPS, the protocols that Californians know well related to power shutoffs associated with acute conditions. windy and dry conditions in our state to avoid catastrophic wildfires. So the answer is we're leaning in that direction. We have the ability in real time. I don't need to wait a week, a news cycle. I don't need to wait a day. We have the ability, an hour or two, based on changing environment conditions, to move more aggressively. I made this crystal clear to many of you sitting in this room a few days ago, including directly you, that we have the ability to do martial law and things like that, can layer new requirements and authority. If we feel the necessity to do that, we can do that. Federal government has the ability to do a lot of things as well. So, I don't want to get to the point of being alarmist, but we are scaling all of our considerations, and planning is no longer taking shape. It's the application now of these plans that is really where we are in this pandemic planning process. And I can assure you we'll meet the moment.
Thank you. And if I may, I have one follow-up question on the child care that you mentioned. Can you help me understand if schools need to be closed in order to have social distancing and stop the spread of this virus? How does having child care centers open to help parents with their child care needs meet the same goal? In that case, why not just open the schools and then have learning as well?
I look forward to your review specifically of the guidance we put out in partnership with Linda Darling Hammond, the Superintendent of Public Education, our Health and Human Service Director. The purpose of their task force, the reason we announced it a number of days ago, was to prescribe strategies to address precisely the question you are offering. Many districts believe that they cannot appropriately answer that question. That's why a number of districts haven't shut down. They think it's better for their district to stay open, their particular school to stay open, for exactly the reason you just advanced. The reason the legislature provided $100 million is there is a prospect that some of these schools may prefer to keep the school sites open for child care, but want to be able to have personal protective gear, make sure social distancing is practiced, make sure that we not just secure the sites, but we make sure they're healthy. So all of those things are happening in real time. We believe we will repurpose not just our operating rooms to potential ICU rooms, which was our conversation today to meet this pandemic, but we'll repurpose a lot of our school sites, not only for congregate meals and food to go, but also to address potentially these child care needs. Again, this is fluid. It's being adopted in real time. Your questions are the right questions. Those questions are being asked and amplified all across the state. They're being answered, but one size does not fit all. And that's the nature of a state that's the 5th largest economy in the world, $3 trillion a year economy, state of 40 million people. And again, a state that has very different conditions depending on what part of the state, which district you're in, and which resource support you have within those districts where there's not even alternatives to child care or daycare as you and I know it, but there may be other facilities that can accommodate where all the social distancing and the appropriate health care needs are met.
Adia Chabria, LA Times.
I'm going to go back to hospitals for a minute. You mentioned that we might need somewhere between 4,000 and 20,000 surge beds. Can you tell me what the projections are for ICU beds? How many of those projected needs can be met in the existing hospital structure, and how you're planning and how many will need to come from either the mobile hospitals or the hospitals you mentioned that you were going to bring online?
Yeah, those are being quite literally put together. The details, your question in real time, let me answer just because you deserve the answer. We have about 11,400 ICU units. That's also pediatric, not just adult. But again, that number is misleading because that's the entire system. We will need to look at that by county, by region, and resource those needs and resource a mindset that would allow me to answer your question specifically. Because I can give you a total number, but it's meaningless to the conditions on the ground in your particular community. So one of the reasons we were all together today is to really get under the hood so we could say, is it hotels you need or motels, or is it these hospitals that we're reopening? By the way, not just the 2 that we'll announce Friday, but others we're in the process of negotiating and procuring. Some we will lease, some we may purchase, but also other facilities. You noted my emergency declaration it seems a month ago, it was a week or so ago, as it relates to armories, as it relates to fairgrounds, as it relates to other state buildings, state hospitals. All of those are part of the portfolio. And as I noted just briefly in passing, the repurposing of existing resources. So you asked me how many ICU versus operating. We can convert operating rooms into ICU rooms. We've got surgical centers. We have elected surgery that's already slowing down. You asked me about previously the workforce in the state of California. We're looking to repurpose our workforce. That's a scope of practice issue. We're also working with our partners on to provide the human resources to also be able to answer your question. The point being, we have those scenario plans, and we're really now breaking them down in much more detailed terms: staffed, unstaffed, licensing hurdles, waiver needs, as well as procuring the appropriate supplies for each and every one of those sites.
Sosin Morar, SACB.
Thank you, Governor. When can we expect waivers to be approved for the schools, and what can working parents expect in terms of relief? We have parents that will probably go back to work before schools are in, assuming if that's the case.
Yeah, no, the most significant relief will come from the federal government, and that's a process that you know is well underway and now in the hands of the Senate. We are blessed. Every Californian already knows this. Certainly every Northern Californian knows this. I think increasingly every American, with the partnership and the representation of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Our relationships there go deep. We are in constant contact. In fact, hospitals directly with the Speaker's office, not just the state and local government as well, to make sure that the federal government provides appropriate support on paid sick leave, on unemployment insurance. We got waivers as it relates to the 1 week delay for being able to access unemployment insurance. We have other requests and waivers in to the administration. Let me just say again, every request has been granted and in real time. So we're confident that as long as we don't overstep, those waivers will be forthcoming. In addition, we're looking at our own state supports, but that will be based upon what the federal government does and how it then translates into our state budget and into local budgets. And we are gaming out all kinds of scenarios on the support side and then on the stimulus side as it relates to a framework of economic and workforce planning that we hope will also be done in concert with the social safety support.
Christine May-Duck, Wall Street Journal.
Thanks for taking the time, Governor. You mentioned last night in your update that there was a homeless person in Santa Clara who succumbed to the disease. Do you have any other details on that? We understand that might be the first case of a person in the homeless community contracting the disease, let alone dying of the disease. And are there any details about whether that person was in a shelter, what measures are being taken, given this particularly vulnerable population?
Yeah, forgive me. We know the details in terms of geographic details, and frankly, now with 11 deaths, I don't have the benefit of the individual details that would warrant an appropriate response to a very important question, because we do care deeply and are concerned about our most vulnerable residents, those out in the streets and sidewalks and our shelters. We will happily.
Real concern across the country about the vulnerability of this population, given how many homeless people have pre-existing conditions that could make them susceptible to severe disease. So shouldn't there be some more information out there about what Santa Clara County is doing to address this issue, and whether that's going to become a bigger issue within the homeless community there? And also, can you detail some of the plans that you have talked about, including where and when the 450 trailers will be deployed in California, where the timeline is in terms of procuring these other hotel rooms and beds, and what the priority is for use of those beds, whether it's quarantine, isolation, or bringing healthy seniors to keep them away from sick people.
So I'll take a backseat to no one in meeting the issue with a deeper sense of urgency. As you know, my entire State of the State was dedicated to the issue of homelessness in all its forms and manifestation, both from perspective of prevention, preservation, and production on the housing side, from a brain health, not just a physical health perspective. We talked deeply about Lanterman-Petra Short Act. We talked about our new reforms through our reforming of the Medi-Cal system in the state of California. I requested an unprecedented $750 million from the legislature and a new homeless fund. We, as you know, procured old FEMA shelters that were in our possession, and we distributed those to the counties. As you know, yesterday I announced in record time, quite literally over the course of 48 hours, we were able to procure 2 hotels in Oakland, and then we are in the process of transitioning those 2 hotels, 393 units to the county. We are negotiating with 901 others. Again, can't be more precise to you than that. Tens of thousands of rooms in that portfolio, not just for the homeless, but also potential surge capacity to meet the broader needs as it relates to this pandemic. We are deeply focused on the needs. We don't need the advocacy community to highlight those concerns. We deeply share them. Frankly, we're highlighting them not just at a local level, but substantively at state and federal level. As it relates to new mobile home parks, not just trailers. We have 113 mobile home park units that we are procuring. We've got another 100 traditional trailers that are being distributed in real time. I will give you the information specifically where they're going. As we get more inventory and more hotels, we're going to not only announce them, we're going to be announcing the partnerships and what communities they're in. I'll continue to remind you what I said last night, what I said now 35 minutes ago, and that is we're prioritizing seniors off the streets that are homeless, and we're prioritizing those because of those comorbidity, morbidities that you referenced, and the compromised immune systems that you appropriately referenced as top priorities as it relates to concerns around contracting COVID-19. And those protocols will be delivered at the local and county level, not at the state level, but the guidelines have been advanced.
Final question from Rachel Becker of Cal Matters.
Hi, thanks, Governor. So you said there are 78,000 staffed beds in California with a surge capacity of just over 10,000 and 11,400 ICU beds. How many of the conventional beds and the ICU beds are already occupied?
Well, these folks have been standing for so long, and they're going to wonder why they were here in the first place. But you are the head of our hospital system here, and who better to answer that question? And perhaps just give a broader sense of how everybody's doing and how you're feeling.
Will do. Thank you, Governor. I am Carmela Coyle, and I serve as the President and CEO of the California Hospital Association. I want to start by thanking this governor and his healthcare team for the partnership. The governor has talked about meeting the moment, and we as the healthcare delivery system are here to meet that moment together. I'd really caution folks in thinking about the numbers of beds and ICU units and all of the rest, because as the governor has said, we have an ability to shift and reshape and change that capacity based on our needs. And one of the most important things that we're doing right now in partnership with the state is working to stand up this alternative care capacity. So the more people who are in the hospital now who don't need to be there because they're not acutely ill, if we can move them out of the hospitals, we are just by that very nature creating more capacity for those folks, both COVID positive and others who may need our care. Are you considering using the
hotels for that?
I'm sorry?
Is that where the hotels come in? Are you considering using the hotels that you are procuring for that?
We're working in partnership with the state, and I think it's a whole variety of options, whether those are the hospital that we can stand up, whether that is use of hotels for other patients. The important thing is that we want to maintain and reserve the hospital capacity for those individuals who are acutely ill and in need of that hospital care, and make certain that we're getting creative about any other options that are out there and available to care for the needs of others.
Under the various infection scenarios, how many hospital and ICU beds are we short? And are there any of these scenarios in which the existing number of beds are sufficient to treat all of the pandemic patients as well as other sick people? And before you answer also, will you be making these epidemiological projections and the assumptions you're making about the R0 and the attack rate public? Because this is important data for knowing the bounds of the epidemic as we cover it.
Let me answer the capacity question, and I'll turn to the governor on the epidemiological models. On the capacity issue, look, hospitals deal with emergencies every day, and especially hospitals in California, whether that is wildfires or earthquakes or mudslides. This is a different kind of an emergency, but this is something that we do and prepare for each and every day. Our capacity will be stretched, and as the governor has said, it's not just the physical capacity, it's also the human capacity and the supplies that we need to care for all of those as part of this national emergency. So we're going to be working on all of that. We are tracking it. We are partnered with this state team, and we're going to stick to our mantra, which is stick to the science, stick to the facts, and stick together. But I'll turn it back to the governor to answer about the model.
And let me, and I'm going to ask my doctor, Dr. Galley, to come up and talk more about that. But I also want to note that we have also requested support for the federal government, the DOD, on these field medical units. And we are also encouraged by the fact, you may recall, it seems years ago, the Grand Princess was the focus of your attention, focus of all of our attention. They have Navy ships off the coast of California that have medical capacity. Those medical ships are, we believe, uniquely positioned and conditioned to help support the efforts of the state of California as we plan for the pandemic and some of the worst case scenarios, but we are going to need the support of our federal partners, and we have formal requests, and again, the purpose of the call with the president today on some of these mobile field hospitals. But on the epidemiology, on the R0 question, on the attack rate question, on the percentage rates of hospitalizations and deaths, and putting all that information out there for everyone to chew on, to react. Some underreact, some maybe overreact. I'm going to leave that to Dr. Galley to answer.
Yes, we're working constantly on refining our models. We started a few weeks back creating what was the first in the nation model at looking at what the spread of disease in a nation state of nearly 40 million people looks like. We continue to augment that with rich information from our various counties. The hospital systems and the leaders behind me inform that as well. And we refine based on the international experiences, what we're seeing in Europe now, to hopefully stay in front of what we're seeing. So as we report more cases in California, even deaths in California, we are preparing to scale up the number of hospitals that the governor mentioned that we are planning to bring online. It started at 2, one ideally in the north, one ideally in the south. We are now talking about more of such facilities, thinking about how we use the hotels to meet that demand. So we're using the model, refining it to build capacity as we go along. I want to just highlight one issue or comment that Carmela made, which is that we need to remain flexible in how we use our resources. We know that California is a very large state where we're going to see certain counties, certain regions affected earlier and deeper than other parts. And we are committed to working not just with our hospital partners, but our clinic partners, our healthcare partners, our nurses, our first responders, to ensure that that surge capacity shifts to meet the moment in the region where it is needed most. And we look forward to continuing to refine these models, ensure that we have the best information in science, the best ideas on how social distancing is protecting and supporting our communities, so we put it into use to guide the decisions that those behind me will be making with us and many others across the state as we build up our response to this national issue.
I believe that's the last question. Let me thank everybody again for the privilege of being able to give this update, answering those very thoughtful questions, and let folks know we'll continue to make ourselves available. And I just want to thank everybody that took the time to be here, not only physically here behind me, but all the incredible work each one of you are doing every single day to meet this moment, making California proud. Thank you.
Don't miss a moment. Live TV from 70 plus channels. YouTube TV. Start streaming now.
You wouldn't take a trash bag filled with coffee anywhere near your white couch.
Thank you. And I know the mayors of Long Beach and Pasadena are going to join us up here to safe social distance if you'd like to come up now too as well. And thank you, Catherine Barger. I know a lot of people in Los Angeles have gotten to know you even more over the last few days. You have been an amazing voice and a tremendous leader and a dear friend. I love you for everything that you are doing for our city and county and your colleagues, and I thank you. I want to say thank yous again at the outset. Good evening, Los Angeles. I should start there. But I want to thank all the people who are watching, the everyday folks that are still showing up to work to make sure that our hospitals are open, that our grocery stores are working, that our shelves are stocked, to the first responders and others who are showing the courage of our city together. And I want to kind of cut to the chase tonight. Everything that we're talking about up here as leaders is because of one central tenet, that human life is precious, precious to each one of us. And every decision we are making is with that in mind. How do we protect each other, and how do we save lives? We've already radically changed how we live in Los Angeles. I know how stressful this is to each one of us. And I think we need to be painfully honest tonight that we're about to enter into a new way of living here in Los Angeles for a period. What we do and how we do it, and if we get this right, will determine how long this crisis lasts. But what we do and how well we do it is also an act of love. A love for those lives that we seek to protect and a reflection of how precious they are. We've been through disasters before. We've been through earthquakes and unrest, recently through fires. But as I've repeated before, this is different. It's not just the incredibly brave men and women who are first responders. It is all of us who have the fate of this crisis in our hands through our actions and our decisions. And the evidence is that the steps we've taken since Sunday are working. In many ways, we see for the first time, I can't remember the last time I've opened up a Google traffic map and seen green everywhere. That's a reflection that people actually are staying home. We can see it in the air, we can feel it on the empty streets, and I want to thank you, because those are the only metrics we can really go by to see whether people are abiding by what we're asking them to do. But I don't want to sugarcoat it. Today is a day that will be seared into the story and the streets of this city. It will be a moment when everything changed. I think about our children who are growing up. Part of a generation, this will be their 9/11, their moment. And we have to explain this to them. We have to safeguard them. We have to hold them. I call it Generation C. This generation that is out there right now looking and feeling and wondering, Mom, Dad, whoever takes care of them, what is this all about? And we need to step up for them. We have a cadre of our parents and grandparents who are the most vulnerable, who, if we get this right, we will look forward to years and decades ahead with them, hearing the stories of this moment when we came together. They're the most vulnerable amongst us, who are already fighting disease, who live bravely through pre-existing conditions, those who are out on the streets in inhumane conditions, and this moment can be a moment when we save them too by the actions we take. This will be a day that stretches and tests the soul of this city, but I'm confident that across Los Angeles County, we will rise to the moment. So why are we making this decision? The data is crystal clear. We're at a point where the increase and the rate of increase, at least of the tests we're getting back, and we all know there's not enough tests. This whole nation and all of us were woefully unprepared for this moment. But it's the same rate that we see in a place like Italy. We are trying to intervene earlier, and we are trying to be one of those countries where that curve starts to flatten. In 1918, cities that took action quickly are the ones in which fewer people died. During the Spanish flu, those that moved more slowly, these were the ones in which, it moved more slowly, more people died. We cannot wait, and we must act now. I love this city. I love its people. And while I make these decisions with a heavy heart, I make them with a very clear mind and a steely determination in the days ahead, with deep gratitude for our public health officials who are guiding us through this. There's a lot of questions that I know you will have that we will not and cannot answer tonight about all the economic effects and how we will get through this and rebuild. Tonight, our responsibility is to save as many lives and flatten that curve. But one thing is crystal clear in the fog of these days: we are all safer at home. So the city of Los Angeles, like the cities that are here with me, many other cities I'm sure who will join as well, and the County of Los Angeles is issuing a safer at home, stay at home order that will go effective midnight tonight. For employees of impacted businesses, this will take effect tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. But all businesses, including museums, malls, retail stores, for-profit companies, and nonprofit organizations, must stop operations that require workers to be present in person. And no public and private gatherings of any size that would occur outside of a single home will be allowed, with clear exceptions. I want to be clear about this, that the only time you should leave your home is for essential activities and needs: to get food, care for a relative or a friend or a child, get necessary health care, go for a walk in the neighborhood. And I'm so glad that Catherine was talking about all the things we can do. I think that there's been terrible terms out there like lockdown. Nobody is locked down, and we encourage you not to be locked down. This is not shelter in place like a school shooting. This is stay at home, because you're safer at home. And the only people who should be leaving home and going out are those whose jobs are critical to the safety, the health, and security of the city, as well as the economy of recovery for us and the nation during this crisis. Emergency personnel, first responders, government employees, medical professionals, and vital infrastructure workers will be able to continue their jobs, but they need to exercise the social distancing that can save their lives whenever and wherever possible. The same applies only to critical businesses such as healthcare providers, grocery stores, news outlets, hardware stores, gas stations, dry cleaners, and laundromats, which are permitted to remain in operation. And I know a lot of people have a lot of questions. Go to lacounty.gov, go to your city's website. For those of you that are City of LA residents, you can see those details and some of the frequently asked questions at coronavirus.lacity.org. If we can slow the spread, we can buy days. And when we buy those days, that means that we can get ventilators, and we can get beds, and kits, and masks, and tests, and this will save lives. That's why we're asking this of you today. Last area I want to address is we do live in a free society. It's the bedrock of who we are. We aren't taking people forcibly like in other countries and forcing them to be home. But with freedom comes responsibility. And we're asking everybody who by and large and overwhelmingly has exercised these directives responsibly to adhere to them. The young and healthy, you're not exempt, you're safer at home. If you're less young and less healthy, you're absolutely safer at home. It's not a time to go to the beach in big groups, to take the whole family to go to the market, to get together with gatherings with friends. This is not the time. And we don't take these steps lightly, but we take them firmly. This is an act of love for the city that we love. This is LA love. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. This is an order. But one last thing, too, is this is not some sort of alien invader. This is no racism or xenophobia can change what this is. This is not a military war that we are at. This is a health emergency. We're not attacking each other. In fact, crime is down and acts of generosity are up. And our fates are in our own hands. How can I get what I need, the minimum, while still staying 6 feet apart from as many people as possible? This is an exceptional city, but we can't wish this away. Even if we're earlier in this than other places, there's no magic moat around us. It's going to be the same everywhere, and those that act quickly have a chance at being protected more than those that don't. The city will continue to operate, the lights will be on, the water will still come out of the tap, people won't lose their housing, they won't get kicked out of their businesses. LAUSD will continue to feed, and thank you to LAUSD and other school districts that are distributing food. But this is not a request, this is an order. But I've always told my team, do everything in your hearts with everything that we do to lead with love. And Los Angeles, this is our moment to lead with love and to protect those lives that mean everything to us. May God and the Spirit of strength lead us through these days.
The order, which we are calling Safer at Home, is the next step to protecting our residents from the coronavirus by increasing social distancing. We know that staying home and limiting close contact is the best way to prevent community spread. We know that social distancing does not mean restriction from going outside and does not mean isolation. We still encourage you to stay connected to your community and loved ones in creative ways and to spend much needed time outdoors. People working in essential functions within the healthcare, government, and food industries will still be on the job, but we encourage other employees to stay home. The Safer Home order allows communities to shop for essential items at the market, pharmacy, hardware store, and more. LAUSD and other school districts will continue to provide school services, which they should be doing. Under these guidelines, we're asking people to refrain from gathering in an enclosed space with more than 10 people. Details on the health order will be provided by Dr. Ferrer shortly and will also be available online, including a document that will be created called Frequently Asked Questions, and that will be available to all of our cities so that everyone knows what we are asking. We know this will have an impact on the social fabric of our communities. We are striving to minimize this burden while protecting the overall health and well-being of our residents. We can't tell you exactly how long these orders will be in place, but we all know it will be temporary. We don't have to maintain these restrictions forever, and they will have invaluable long-term effects. There is no need for fear. We have plenty of resources available to help our communities get through this. I would like to ask everyone to only purchase what you need. Please do not stockpile, which leads to empty shelves and causes people to panic. We have enough food and essential items for everyone. I want you to help your community the best way you can and continue supporting local food establishments. Keep getting food from local establishments and delis through takeout or delivery. You can also order online from your favorite retailers or buy gift cards so that you can shop in the store when they reopen. Please, let's be kind to all those around us. If you have an elderly neighbor or friend, check in on them and see if they need you to pick up groceries. If you're looking for other ways to give back, you can donate food to nonprofits, assemble hygiene kits for those in need, or donate blood. Being safer at home doesn't mean being alone. You are still an important part of your community. To be able to contribute, we need you first and foremost to be kind to yourself by supporting your own well-being. Remember, you can take a walk, learn a new skill, read a book, video conference with loved ones, or enjoy open spaces. I encourage all our residents to continue to heed local, state, and federal public health guidance. As we know, this is a highly contagious virus. That is why we need to adopt these restrictions and measures. I want to remind everyone that the county is here to be a resource, especially when it comes to the latest public health information and updates on closures and impacts to county services. Please visit us online at lacounty.gov/COVID-19. Again, lacounty.gov/COVID-19. We are regularly posting updates to our social media pages as well. I want to take this opportunity to thank the public in advance for your help. Our shared focus and resolve is what is going to get us through this and into recovery. Let's all work together to protect the safety and well-being of every resident in Los Angeles County. Before I hand over the mic, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors for their continued friendship and support. I have a strong Chair Pro Tem, Hilda Solis, who has been constantly by my side to ensure the safety of our residents in Los Angeles County. Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas has been working tirelessly to prioritize a plan for those experiencing homelessness that are so susceptible to this disease. Supervisor Sheila Kuehl has been coordinating efforts with our probation department and prioritizing public safety, as well as emphasizing the need to serve our homeless population. And Supervisor Janice Hahn has been closely communicating with me to ensure the ports remain open and that they are well equipped to address the coronavirus while still allowing desperately needed goods to come into Los Angeles County. I am so grateful to serve our communities with them as our partners. With that, I would like to invite LA City Mayor Eric Garcetti to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know the mayors of Long Beach and Pasadena are going to join us up here at a safe social distance if you'd like to come up now too as well. And thank you, Catherine Barger. I know a lot of people in Los Angeles have gotten to know you even more over the last few days. You have been an amazing voice and a tremendous leader and a dear friend. I love you for everything that you are doing for our city and county and your colleagues, and I thank you. I want to say thank yous again at the outset. Good evening, Los Angeles. I should start there. But I want to thank all the people who are watching, the everyday folks that are still showing up to work to make sure that our hospitals are open, that our grocery stores are working, that our shelves are stocked, to the first responders and others who are showing the courage of our city together. And I want to kind of cut to the chase tonight. Everything that we're talking about up here as leaders is because of one central tenet, that human life is precious, precious to each one of us. And every decision we are making is with that in mind. How do we protect each other, and how do we save lives? We've already radically changed how we live in Los Angeles. I know how stressful this is to each one of us. And I think we need to be painfully honest tonight that we're about to enter into a new way of living here in Los Angeles for a period. What we do and how we do it, and if we get this right, will determine how long this crisis lasts. But what we do and how well we do it is also an act of love. A love for those lives that we seek to protect and a reflection of how precious they are. We've been through disasters before. We've been through earthquakes and unrest, recently through fires. But as I've repeated before, this is different. It's not just the incredibly brave men and women who are first responders. It is all of us who have the fate of this crisis in our hands through our actions and our decisions. And the evidence is that the steps we've taken since Sunday are working. In many ways, we see for the first time, I can't remember the last time I've opened up a Google traffic map and seen green everywhere. That's a reflection that people actually are staying home. We can see it in the air, we can feel it on the empty streets, and I want to thank you, because those are the only metrics we can really go by to see whether people are abiding by what we're asking them to do. But I don't want to sugarcoat it. Today is a day that will be seared into the story and the streets of this city. It will be a moment when everything changed. I think about our children who are growing up. Part of a generation, this will be their 9/11, their moment. And we have to explain this to them We have to safeguard them. We have to hold them. I call it Generation C. This generation that is out there right now looking and feeling and wondering, Mom, Dad, whoever takes care of them, what is this all about? And we need to step up for them. We have a cadre of our parents and grandparents who are the most vulnerable, who, if we get this right, we will look forward to years and decades ahead with them, hearing the stories of this moment when we came together. They're the most vulnerable amongst us, who are already fighting disease, who live bravely through pre-existing conditions, those who are out on the streets in inhumane conditions, and this moment can be a moment when we save them too by the actions we take. This will be a day that stretches and tests the soul of this city, but I'm confident that across Los Angeles County, we will rise to the moment. So why are we making this decision? The data is crystal clear. We're at a point where the increase and the rate of increase, at least of the tests we're getting back, and we all know there's not enough tests. This whole nation and all of us were woefully unprepared for this moment. But it's the same rate that we see in a place like Italy. We are trying to intervene earlier, and we are trying to be one of those countries where that curve starts to flatten. In 1918, cities that took action quickly are the ones in which fewer people died. During the Spanish flu, those that moved more slowly, these were the ones in which, it moved more slowly, more people died. We cannot wait, and we must act now. I love this city. I love its people. And while I make these decisions with a heavy heart, I make them with a very clear mind and a steely determination in the days ahead, with deep gratitude for our public health officials who are guiding us through this. There's a lot of questions that I know you will have that we will not and cannot answer tonight about all the economic effects and how we will get through this and rebuild. Tonight, our responsibility is to save as many lives and flatten that curve. But one thing is crystal clear in the fog of these days: we are all safer at home. So the city of Los Angeles, like the cities that are here with me, many other cities I'm sure who will join as well, and the County of Los Angeles is issuing a safer at home, stay at home order that will go effective midnight tonight. For employees of impacted businesses, this will take effect tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. But all businesses, including museums, malls, retail stores, for-profit companies, and nonprofit organizations, must stop operations that require workers to be present in person. And no public and private gatherings of any size that would occur outside of a single home will be allowed, with clear exceptions. I want to be clear about this, that the only time you should leave your home is for essential activities and needs: to get food, care for a relative or a friend or a child, get necessary health care, go for a walk in the neighborhood. And I'm so glad that Catherine was talking about all the things we can do. I think that there's been terrible terms out there like lockdown. Nobody is locked down, and we encourage you not to be locked down. This is not shelter in place like a school shooting. This is stay at home, because you're safer at home. And the only people who should be leaving home and going out are those whose jobs are critical to the safety, the health, and security of the city, as well as the economy of recovery for us and the nation during this crisis. Emergency personnel, first responders, government employees, medical professionals, and vital infrastructure workers will be able to continue their jobs, but they need to exercise the social distancing that can save their lives whenever and wherever possible. The same applies only to critical businesses such as healthcare providers, grocery stores, news outlets, hardware stores, gas stations, dry cleaners, and laundromats, which are permitted to remain in operation. And I know a lot of people will have a lot of questions. Go to lacounty.gov, go to your city's website. For those of you that are City of LA residents, you can see those details and some of the frequently asked questions at coronavirus.lacity.org. If we can slow the spread, we can buy days. And when we buy those days, that means that we can get ventilators, and we can get beds, and kits, and masks, and tests, and this will save lives. That's why we're asking this of you today. One last area I want to address is we do live in a free society. It's the bedrock of who we are. We aren't taking people forcibly like in other countries and forcing them to be home. But with freedom comes responsibility. And we're asking everybody who by and large and overwhelmingly has exercised these directives responsibly to adhere to them. The young and healthy, you're not exempt, you're safer at home. If you're less young and less healthy, you're absolutely safer at home. It's not a time to go to the beach in big groups, to take the whole family to go to the market, to get together with gatherings with friends. This is not the time. And we don't take these steps lightly, but we take them firmly. This is an act of love for the city that we love. This is LA love. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. This is an order. But one last thing, too, is this is not some sort of alien invader. This is no racism or xenophobia can change what this is. This is not a military war that we are at. This is a health emergency. We're not attacking each other. In fact, crime is down and acts of generosity are up. And our fates are in our own hands. How can I get what I need, the minimum, while still staying 6 feet apart from as many people as possible? This is an exceptional city, but we can't wish this away. Even if we're earlier in this than other places, there's no magic moat around us. It's going to be the same everywhere, and those that act quickly have a chance at being protected more than those that don't. The city will continue to operate, the lights will be on, the water will still come out of the tap, people won't lose their housing, they won't get kicked out of their businesses. LAUSD will continue to feed, and thank you to LAUSD and other school districts that are distributing food. But this is not a request, this is an order. But I've always told my team, do everything in your hearts with everything that we do to lead with love. In Los Angeles, this is our moment to lead with love and to protect those lives that mean everything to us. May God and the Spirit of strength lead us through these days.
Are you tired of the media spinning the truth and pushing false narratives? Well, take a look at this. Over the last 3 years,
breaking news right now, Mayor de Blasio speaking. Let's listen in.
What we need from our federal government and how crucial that is in the equation. The City of New York is working constantly to protect our people. I know the state of New York's doing the same thing, and we are coordinated and share goals and strategies, but we all are waiting for federal help that still is not arriving. And that is the central challenge, and we have to talk bluntly about that, and I will today. But to everyone who's dealing with this confusion and these challenges, I feel it, my family feels it just like you. We're all trying to make sense of a new reality. What I'm going to try and do every time I give you an update is tell you the blunt truth. And I'm trying to do very hard to make sure I tell you what we exactly know, and when we're not sure about something, we need to be clear about that too. It would be a mistake to tell you something certain if we're not certain. It would be a mistake to hold back things that you need to know, and it certainly would be a mistake to sugarcoat this very, very painful reality. I think New Yorkers want real talk. I think New Yorkers like it straight, and we're going to do that. So I'll be talking about several things today that are really painful and troubling. And I want everyone to understand that. I am not here to give you false reassurance. I have a lot of things I'll say that should cause you to be confident about what we can do in this city. Confident particularly in the fact that we have the finest healthcare institutions, the finest doctors and nurses, and all the people who work in our healthcare facilities, the lab techs, everyone who works in our facilities. There's literally no place on earth with a stronger and better healthcare sector than New York City. Nowhere on earth. And we are going to ask of our colleagues in healthcare so much in these coming weeks. They are already heroes, but they're going to have to work in battlefield conditions. Their strength, their courage, their resilience are all going to be needed. We're all going to be depending on them, just like we depend every day, not only on their work, but on our first responders and so many of our public servants. Everyone is going to be needed. Everyone needs to answer the call. Everyone needs to step up for the good of everyone else. But despite my tremendous confidence in our people and our ability to serve them, I also have to be very clear about the extent of this crisis. It is unlike anything we have seen outside of wartime, with the possible exception of the Great Depression itself. We can make obvious and powerful, painful parallels even to things like 9/11, the days and weeks after that.
Upwork has the world's largest network of independent professionals with experience for any scope. It's like
But this crisis is even more unknown in many ways because we don't understand the exact trajectory we're on. And we know it will reach very deep into our communities. That is not a reason to be hopeless by any stretch, because remember, every single piece of evidence we have continues to tell us that this is a disease that for 80% of those infected will have very little impact. So I want people to think about this. I'll tell you a lot of things that are tough and sobering, but I want you also to remember this side of the equation. There will be many New Yorkers who never get this disease, and there will be many New Yorkers who get this disease, approximately 80% who get it, and will feel very little and experience very little. But those 20% who experience a much tougher time with this disease, the people in particular who are older, and that means particularly folks over 50 and especially over 70, and it means those, of course, with those serious pre-existing conditions we talk about so often, lung disease, heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and compromised immune system. For those people, particularly if they're over 50, we're worried. And we need them to take extraordinary measures. We need you to take extraordinary measures. If you're in that category of people, we need you to live differently. And we need your families to adjust as well. You're going to hear from Dr. Barbeau in a few minutes, and she's going to talk to you as the city's doctor and give advice directly to New Yorkers in light of an ever-growing crisis. But I heard from a friend in Brooklyn, from the Midwood community, just yesterday, and he said something I thought really captured it. He said, in a very tight-knit, extended family, over decades and decades, it would have been unimaginable to keep his older parents away from their grandchildren. Well, he said now he understands, because of coronavirus, that his older parents who have vulnerabilities of their own, they have to understand this is not the time to visit with their grandchildren, because we just can't run that risk. It's time for getting on the phone to your loved ones. It's time for getting on FaceTime, but it's time to make adjustments that wouldn't have been imaginable in other situations, because we've never dealt with this situation before. This is literally unlike anything we have seen in our memory. It will not be the same as the 1918 flu epidemic, because, for one thing, the healthcare capacity of this city and this nation are tremendously better. Public health ability, the information flow, it's night and day compared to 100 years ago. But in terms of the extent, that's the only other parallel we can make in terms of recent healthcare history. It's going to
Upwork has the world's largest network of proven independent professionals. It's like having a go-to graphic designer right here.
To be an epidemic, a pandemic that reaches deep into our communities. We got to be honest about that. We got to make more changes in the way we live, and we got to do things we wouldn't normally do. I also want to emphasize this is a crisis that has an end point. As I said, it will play out in unpredictable ways, and it'll play out for a period of time, and that's what makes it different from some other things we've been through. It will go on for months, but it will not go on forever. At some point in the coming months, this crisis will start to abate, and we'll be able to start the work of getting our lives back to normal and getting our city back to all the things about it that we love so much. But it will be months, so it will be a long battle. I don't think it serves anyone to be told, get ready for something easy. I think it is much better to tell people, get ready for something difficult and something that'll go on for a long time, but also have confidence that we can get through it. And that's what I truly believe. The numbers I'll go over with you today are nothing short of staggering, but they are not just numbers. I'll tell you statistics that I have trouble even conceiving of myself. But I don't want you to think of them as statistics. I want you to think of them as your fellow New Yorkers. Every number means another person has been affected by this disease, another family, and that's what I feel. We're watching a crisis that is really, really affecting the lives of our people and putting a lot of people in danger. So I'll tell you the honest truth, and I'll go out of my way in the weeks ahead to always level with you, but I'll also tell you what we can do, and that's a lot. And I will be very honest about what we need our federal government to do, because I have to be clear with you. We alone, even if we're the greatest city in the world, and we alone cannot solve this crisis. And I need people to hear that, not to create fear, but to level with people. In the next few weeks, with the extraordinary resources of New York City, we will fight this battle no matter what. But as we get into April, the farther we get into April, the more we will need the help of the federal government. It must arrive in time, and there is time for that help to arrive. But the federal government does not do all in its power immediately. It's as simple as this. There will be a lot more people who get sick who didn't need to get sick, and there will be people who die who didn't need to die. It's as simple as that. So we need to act now. And I know our federal government has the capacity. We have the finest military in the world, the largest by far, extraordinary resources.
Upwork has the world's largest network of proven independent professionals. It's like having a top-rated UI designer.
Unlike the city or the state, and I always say it very bluntly, the federal government literally prints money. They can create any credit line they want to save the lives of Americans. But we are not seeing that, not even close at this point. So I'll go into some very specific information now, and then you'll hear from Dr. Barbeau, and then we'll open up to questions from the media. And we'll be doing all this remotely. It's the first time we're doing it. I want to just say to all my colleagues in the media, we'll try and get it right, but it may be a little difficult the first time, but please bear with us as we try and perfect this new system. This is something we'll be having to do for quite a while to keep everyone safe. I've given you a framework to think about this situation with, and I'll be updating you regularly. But again, it will not be all bad news. It often will be tough information to hear, but not all of it is bad, because in the middle of this fight, we have the extraordinary heart and soul and spirit of New Yorkers. And here's an example for you. Just on Tuesday, I put out a call to retired healthcare workers and those who work in private healthcare offices to come forward and join up to serve in the fight against coronavirus. I asked people who have already given so much of their lives to others to step forward and come out of retirement. I asked people who are earning a living and are not obligated to join public service. I asked them to join nonetheless in the name of all New Yorkers. That was Tuesday. Today, Thursday, as of today, 1,746 healthcare professionals have stepped forward to augment the ranks of those already serving at the front line in our hospitals and clinics. That's something all New Yorkers should be very, very proud of, and I am certain those numbers will grow. This is going to be one of the most difficult moments in New York City history. I ask everyone who has healthcare training and who can help us to please step forward now. And anyone who's willing to volunteer, please go to nyc.gov/helpnownyc. nyc.gov/helpnownyc, HELPNOWNYC. I want to express my tremendous gratitude on behalf of 8.6 million New Yorkers to all of you who have come forward and are ready to serve to protect all of us. And what you are seeing from those retired healthcare workers and those private sector healthcare workers, you're seeing in many other ways the extraordinary efforts of our colleagues in our public hospitals and clinics and all those at the voluntary hospitals who are already doing so much, our first responders, the envy of the nation, all that they are doing to protect us, our social service workers who are helping people through all of the challenges they're confronting now, our sanitation workers who are doing absolutely crucial work to keep this city clean while we encounter a healthcare crisis.
The Chinese Communist regime is killing people and harvesting their organs. Although most media have remained almost completely silent on this issue over the last decade, there's been mounting evidence that the Chinese Communist Party's transplant system is completely unethical and
pretty close to 50 of the governors and some territories on, and we have a lot of, just about everybody showed up, so that's very nice, and we will put them on the screen as soon as you want. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mike, do you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. President.
In these extraordinary times, our government is taking extraordinary measures. The measures we're announcing today will provide up to $27 billion in direct support to Canadian workers and businesses, plus $55 billion to meet liquidity needs of Canadian businesses and households through tax deferrals to help stabilize the economy. Combined, this $82 billion in support represents more than 3% of Canada's GDP. Let's start with people who don't qualify for employment insurance and don't have access to paid sick leave. Our government will introduce the Emergency Care Benefit, which will provide money every 2 weeks to workers who have to stay home. People will receive this benefit for 14 weeks for an amount comparable to what would be paid through EI. This applies to people who fall ill, people who've been placed in quarantine or have to self-isolate. It also applies to those who have to take care of a family member with COVID-19, but, as I said, fail to qualify for EI. If you lose your job and you do not qualify for EI, we will be introducing a COVID-19 emergency support benefit to help you. This will apply also to people who are self-employed and have to close shop because of the virus.
Fios Internet by Frontier.
It began in healthy-looking pigs, months, perhaps years ago. A new coronavirus spread silently within herds. Gradually, farmers started getting sick. Infected people got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia. The sickest required intensive care Many died. Experts agree unless it is quickly controlled, it could lead to a severe pandemic, an outbreak that circles the globe and affects people everywhere.
The mission of the Pandemic Emergency Board is to provide recommendations to deal with the major global challenges arising in response to an unfolding pandemic. The board is comprised of highly experienced leaders from business, public health, and civil society.
We could be looking at double the number of cases in 1 week and 16 times as many in a month if we are not able to stop the spread. That would be on the order of 500,000 cases, and it would continue to rise exponentially. In 3 months, we could be approaching 10 million cases.
We're at the start of what's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. And there are problems emerging that can only be solved by global business and governments working together.
We have known about CAPS-like viruses in animals and people for decades, but have not been successful at developing a licensed vaccine. And sure, there are new technologies that may help, but it's going to be difficult. I am not optimistic about having a vaccine in time to be relevant during this pandemic.
So the policy crisis in question for this board in this meeting is this: how should governments, business, and international organizations allocate and distribute pandemic antivirals and medical supplies to the people who need them most?
What we've seen work very well in the HIV field is, in fact, procurement through the Global Fund. So having a centralized mechanism, so financially able to procure on behalf of affected countries would be critical. I think the second thing is it's going to be very important that for the business sector, for manufacturers of antivirals, that we have clarity around what the need is and where the need is and who are making the decisions.
I think that given that the countries most affected are those that are low and middle income countries with unequal access to technology, to finances, the UN has a worldwide footprint, universally recognized, and universal membership.
A global stockpile would certainly help ensure more rational and strategic allocation, but the reality is that we don't have the logistics capability, even within the UN, to bring that together in one place and run it. So this is where I think a collaboration between the international organizations like the World Health Organization and the private sector, which runs these supply chains for many purposes every day, understand where the supplies are, make smart decisions about how to allocate them to the people who need them in the places that need them the most, and then work with the industry to move those supplies from where they are today to where they need to be.
Just to underscore the point that cooperation among supply chain providers or businesses that have huge supply chains can add a lot of efficiency to the whole process.
The question is, can you, through this international mechanism, really promote commitments to doing this as quickly as possible and give people a sense that actually if they contribute more, that they will have a better chance of protecting their own populations and their country's security and health.
So to be completely clear, most of this production would already be committed in contracts.
Yes.
It is almost unheard of that people are producing product without having a forward commitment for the consumption of that product. So the first thing that needs to be done, because this is not something that the countries currently control, unless countries are going to bring about emergency situations and co-opt an existing supply chain.
I think it's not likely, I agree, that countries are not going to buy countermeasure to put into a global supply without retaining a large portion of it for themselves.
Public health agencies have issued travel advisories, while some countries have banned travel from the worst affected areas. As a result, the travel sector is taking a huge hit. Travel bookings are down 45%, and many flights have been canceled. A ripple effect is racing through the service sector. Governments that rely on travel and tourism as a large part of their economies are being hit particularly hard.
How should national leaders, businesses, and international organizations balance the risk of worsening disease that would be caused by the continued movement of people around the world against the risks of profound economic consequence of travel and trade bans.
If there's some sense that there's a UN institution that can do all of this, then I worry we're suffering from a delusional disorder on the power of the UN. It's really important to get those industries and their trade associations and an efficient leadership established, which is decentralized, but has a collective responsibility and accountability. And that needs to be supported by the public leadership.
What is essential, what is non-essential travel, we have to clarify this. Otherwise, if we go down to 20% bookings over a long period, the company will run down. That's a fact.
Yeah, there's a whole complex set of issues in a highly interdependent world on supply chains that are just in time. We need to think about how much flex there is in that just-in-time supply chain system and make sure it keeps running. I think it's going to take specificity, and it's going to take knowledge that only the private sector has. The UN can play an important coordinating facilitation role, but the companies know where those commodities are, where they move, how to move them, and that's where a type of public-private collaboration that we have not generally had in these crises needs to be put together pretty quickly.
We are not out of money yet, but the fact is we are trending in a dangerous direction and something needs to change.
So the policy question for this board now is, how should financial resources be prioritized? Are there nodes that we cannot allow to fail? What is your sense of priorities? We don't have money to pay for all of these urgent problems.
So at the moment, we want the funds, right? You need the money. So where's the money? So government kind of supplies some money. A lot of, private sectors, some are sitting here, you have some money. But now you need a really coordinated, centralized efforts.
Hotels will be experiencing, crippling losses doing that. And we know that the hotel business in itself makes up 5% of the GDP.
Governments need to be willing to do things that are out of their historical perspective, or for the most part, it's really a war footing that we need to be on.
We shouldn't underestimate the power of entrepreneurship. We need to escalate that, whether it's through the government's helping with tax breaks or subsidies of that nature to increase manufacturing of those types of products. It can happen quickly. A Marshall-type plan, don't mean to say that exactly, but a Marshall plan that can go into effect can stimulate change very quickly.
Countries are reacting in different ways as to how best to manage the overwhelming amounts of dis and misinformation circulating over the internet. In some cases, limited internet shutdowns are being implemented to quell panic.
How much control of information should there be, and by whom? And how can false information be effectively challenged? And what if that false information is coming from companies or from governments?
I think it's very important that we make sure that there is concise communication with all healthcare facilities where these patients are being treated so that there isn't mass panic.
We're at a moment where the social media platforms have to step forward and recognize the moment to assert that they're a technology platform and not a broadcaster is over. They, in fact, have to be a participant in broadcasting accurate information and partnering with the scientific and health communities to counterweight, if not flood the zone of accurate information, because to put the genie back in the bottle of the misinformation and disinformation is nigh impossible.
One thing we haven't spoken about, and I'm wondering whether it's time to talk about this, is a step up from the part of the governments on enforcement actions against fake news.
I personally do not believe that trying to shut things down in terms of information is either practical or desirable. And we do have, I think, a couple of strategies that are available to us, one of which is the flood strategy, second of which is relying and informing and equipping trusted sources of information with the facts so they can then pass that on. But we also need to actually think about a technological answer to this.
The outcome of the CAPS pandemic in Event 201 was catastrophic. 65 million people died in the first 18 months. The outbreak was small at first and initially seemed controllable, but then it started spreading in densely crowded and impoverished neighborhoods of megacities. From that point on, the spread of the disease was explosive. Within 6 months, cases were occurring in nearly every country. The global economy was in a free fall. The GDP down 11%. Stock markets around the world plummeted between 20 and 40% and headed into a downward cycle of fear and low expectation. Businesses were not borrowing, banks were not lending. Everyone was just hoping to hunker down and weather the storm. Economists say the economic turmoil caused by such a pandemic will last for years, perhaps a decade. The societal impacts, the loss of faith in government, the distrust of news, and the breakdown of social cohesion could last even longer. We have to ask, did this need to be so bad? Are there things we could have done in the 5 to 10 years leading up to the pandemic that would have lessened the catastrophic consequences? We believe the answer is yes. So, are we as a global community now finally ready to do the hard work needed to prepare for the next pandemic?
Units, D714 Sharp Avenue, D714 Sharp Avenue, suspect vehicle is a silver SUV, suspect is a male Hispanic, time and registering female screaming from inside the vehicle. Code 3 5050, RD 1681, fully unit for the best present.
5943, Roger. Location. 5985, standby. Collins Street, correct transit 5030, RD 1043.
10867, CR stepping out to me.
1067.
Okay, can you hold the PR back and have them step out to me?
919, Roger, standby. $519,885. Are you en route to incident 4558?
Yeah, I'm sorry, event 211 is correct. Proceed as right away. Subject vehicle is a older model black Mercedes SUV. Code 25065, RD 1024.
67 RD 1981.
Three nine.
38 RD 1651.
16 Adam 23. We're going to be able to handle raw snaps. So back into the 5 0 so we're going to be en route to Los Angeles County Sheriff's getting Sacramento.
1623. 1623, roger. Suspect are now 6730 North Lancashire Boulevard, the laundromat. Suspect is male, Hispanic, 5'2", 35 years old, wearing a blue sweater, beige pants. Push the PER's mother, code 2, incident 5068, RD 1516. Suspect vehicle was a hearse-style Mercedes SUV, black in color. Suspect was male, white, 17 years, wearing a gray champion-hooded jacket. The weapon used was bodily force and property taken as wallet and laptop.
21, roger.
How about incident in RD, please? 10A17, incident 4845, RD 1006. Roger, thank you. Information only on reckless driving in the area of 5950 Forest Lawn Drive. Tires are squeaking, possibly doing donuts. Car has no visual, heard only. Information on incident 5075, NRD 1589.
SL1, you're supposed to send a watch, and then the other slow units are logged on, and then the watch connects.
SL1, roger.
You have a message?
1981, monitor your call for health and safety hazard.
For the location, please.
1512, standby. Ten 19 another traffic stop, Hazelton, south of Sherman Way, identify.
9 George 22.
Surrender 22, roger. Suspect in male black, drinking and harassing peers who is disabled. Is code 2 5080 1961. Nineteen 1943, watch 3, come in.
Virginia, permission on code 3 River Second Falls 16045 Foothill. Permission on that 080. 19-7, cancel 99 on that call to address incident 4851.
And inbound woman dispute 11860 Chandler, picture and 1050 1545. To Rincon, code 2 incident 5038, RD 1651. 1685, cars en route to meet in a dark green Dodge Durango.
Roger, South Road, that code to call.
1677, roger.
35, roger.
Suspect is going to be in custody.
Twenty-one out 30 watch to show me en route to Topanga Station, please.
21 out 30, roger.
Cancel incident 4851, 1987 will handle.
Roger, thank you, I-7.
A 43, watch 2, 19A 43, watch 2, come in.
Stagger check.
Call the watch commander, 19A 43, watch 3, 19A 43, watch 3, come in.
Ninety-three, 19A 93.
3, watch 2.
Roger. 19A 43, watch 3, 19A 43, watch 3, come in. Cancel your possible battery suspect 7720 Woodman Avenue, cancel IDPR incident 4172.
93, roger. No response from 19A 43, watch 3.
Roger, thank you for checking. I appreciate it.
And the suspect is the employee female Hispanic, push 10. It's still put you in additional 050 feet.
Hold 6. Right, 1134 North Boulevard at the Holt Center.
90, I copy. When they complete their call, can you have them log off and log back on as watch 3, please?
19A 43, 19A 43. Upon completion of your call, log off and log back on as watch 3 for 19090.
I don't 43, roger.
Nineteen A 93, 19A 93, 415 Man, Sepulveda Boulevard, Nordoff Street, code 2, incident 5080, RD 1961. 93, roger, en route. 19A 93, roger.
Now 110, repeat.
You have X4 updated status.
16X4, 16X4, update your status.
6 already. Roger.
19851, repeat, unreadable.
San Fernando, north of Toxford.
T111656, San Fernando, north of Tuxford on 6 Frank 19990. North of Nordhoff, First Mainline and Nordhoff on a TC9 level.
X-ray Frank 268.
21857, watch 260, Bruce. X-ray Frank 268. I'm having MDC problems. Can you log me off? Mileage 34401. My last call, FOCC Supervisor, yes. 2162, watch for Roger. Seven, is it 2013 Volvo?
Hey, but Roger, thanks.
21857, 6 Zebra X-ray Frank 6, correction 268, 2013 Volvo.
19857, watch 2, Roger. Thank you.
Source code 6 at 13861, Gavin incident.
1981, Roger.
That's the incident 5129.
19839, Roger.
1980.
19879, Roger.
Can you show us en route to incident 4817?
2140, Roger.
Six MX 102 clear, incident 5118.
Fan 19 is informationally on traffic hazard, Van Owen and Woodman, a white Mazda sedan at the intersection. DOT is handling incident 5132. Four 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 eight.
Requesting an RA for a female, like 60 years of age. She is conscious. She is breathing. She is expected by the hospital for multiple health reasons and possible spike in sugar from diabetes.
Tune 61 RA, Parthenia and Sepulveda.
West Valley Units, 211 suspect there now, 18247 Sherman Way, 18247 Sherman Way at the CVS. Suspect, male, black, 20s, navy blue jacket, gray sweatpants, assaulting employees. It's code 3, incident 5141 and RD 1015.
Correction, all expected XO units respond to the station.
21 on 90, can you just have 21 XL 89 respond to the front desk, please?
21 XL 89, 21 XL 89, respond to the front desk.
West Valley Units responding to the 211 suspect, 18247 Sherman Way at CVS. Suspect left the location towards the rear alley. Suspect in all black, 20 to 30, wearing a navy blue jacket, gray sweatpants, was carrying a duffel bag. Additional incident 5141.
To respond with the delay.
810 responding with the delay.
Psycho 23 Sam 6146 San Fernando and Penrose.
2016-53, can I get an RA to Nordoff and Van Nuys for a male, approximately 25 years of age, conscious breathing, complaining of chest pain from a traffic collision?
At the station, code 6. Roger.
Time 3:15 at 20 for LPG.
Meet.
1975, stand by.
19 seconds after.
1987, 4851.
Thanks, 94, Kennex 94, I handled unknown trouble, 5441 Yarmouth Avenue. Code 3, incident 5152 and RD 1065.
Sherman Way and Amos Way.
233. Yes.
I am Kennex 94, responding code 3 from Sherman Way and Amos Way to 5441 Yarmouth Avenue.
Valley traffic units, ambulance traffic, Van Owen and Woodman, Van Owen and Woodman. Code 3, incident 5150, 916, Valley traffic unit 10, will identify.
23, code 61247 Sherman Way.
Now 19, can you show me en route to 14748 Burbank Boulevard, apartment number 114?
Valley traffic units at 9063, 9063, ambulance traffic, Van Owen and Woodman, Van Owen and Woodman. Code 3, incident 5150, 916. Excessive Falls, 16045 Foothill Boulevard, Public Storage, information 5083.
06, code 6 Charles indicated, verify your location.
26 MX106, code 4 runs suspect, San Fernando, and Penrose.
All units, code 4 on the code 6 Charles, San Fernando Road and Penrose, wrong suspect.
Or no evidence of domestic violence. What's called Mr. Oldie?
Units, code 4 11860 Chandler Boulevard, no evidence of domestic violence. Unit 12, Roger.
Your photo, please.
5824, Roger. 5812, we're not holding any calls. Marianne 867, suspect male, white, 45 years, dark jacket, baggy pants, sports boots. Code 2 incident 5170, RD 1659.
Units code 4 18247 Sherman Way, no 211.
Fight Victoria and Van Nuys at that north-south alley east of Van Nuys. Code 2 incident 5173 923.
'93, stand by.
This was code 6 2827. 2821, Roger.
White Hospital down. Subject appears to be at this right there. 2675174 963.
Topanga United 415 woman at the target 6700 Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Suspect is currently outside of the store next to the door's second level. Near the parking, suspect is a female, white, long brown, curly hair, 5'6", thin build, blue, black Letterman jacket, black pants, black and white tennis shoes. Monitor additional. It's code 2 and 5181. RDS 2156.
A1, can I get the last four into, please?
2181 5100. No longer at the location.
93 Raj, does the PR wish to meet?
1993 now.
93 Raj.
New Valley Traffic Unit, ambulance, DUI, TC at Sherman Way and Violin, Sherman Way and Sherman. Sherman Way and Violin. Suspect vehicle is black Chevrolet Suburban, TC to a telephone pole. The subject around the vehicle is currently at the liquor store across the street. Subject male unknown has blood on his shirt. Code 3-5185, ready 1506.
For a station call, please.
1583 now, this is back for 1590. 1583, Roger. 1587, you may send me a 4852, please. Roger. Suspect 9526 North Sepulveda Boulevard at the 7-Eleven. Suspect is a male, Italian, curly hair, wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt, gray shorts. Code 2, incident 5191 and RD 1962.
Today's Battalion Unit 44, suspect there now, 6124, LNV, code 2, incident 5187, RD 2161.
Roger. $1585, ambulance traffic. Sherman Way and Violin, Christian ambulance DUI, TC, Sherman Way and Violin, code 3-5185.
and 40, Roger.
Right.
And Sherman Oaks Hospital, code 2, incident 5174-8963. Hi, Roger.
Any North Hollywood unit, vandalism suspect there now, 7215 Vineland Avenue, inside Fiesta Liquor, suspect male, Hispanic 40s, white t-shirt, related to DUI traffic, Sherman Way and Vineland. It's code 2, incident 5200 and RD 1506. Any damage unit, ambulance DB 8910, Amestoy Avenue, code 2, incident 5199, RD 1788.
1585, cancel, incident 5185, 15812 will handle.
Roger, you can show us that.
1585, Roger. 15812, your starting location.
Should down to a Magnolia and 170.
Planning 37, 937, handle the 415 Group 5, Victory Event 9, code 75173, RD 923.
337, Roger.
Roger.
You guys should be back in Angle from Radford.
1512, Christian, 1524 in Radford and Gilmore, the Sherman Way and Vineland.
35 will be clearing shortly.
1735, roger. Brandon 44 and Woodman exchanged for following. 17899, 17899, ambulance CB 8910, Amsoy Avenue, code 2, incident 5199, RD 1788.
99 Roger, show me drive.
17899, roger. Right. On one place, good to incident. 5221, RD 2197.
26MX111, 112, code 6, over to south of Roscoe.
26MX111 112, code 6, Sepulveda, south of Roscoe. Any second unit, shot fired, hurt only, 5235 Winnetka Avenue, north of location, 5 gunshots heard, code 2, incident 5225 and RD 2189. Any mission unit, domestic violence, 14523 Tupper Street, apartment 2, suspect male Hispanic, 42 years, no shirt, 390. Code 2, incident 5217, 1966. 1585, code 6, from Hawaiian violence.
Adam 95, cancel 99 on investigation. Sorry, sent to us.
17899, 17899, cancel 05199, 17895 will handle.
Yeah, I'm sending a question back up on the ambulance traffic. Hawaiian violent, code 3 incident 5185, RD 1506.
Suspect there now. 6124 Allenview Avenue, close to incident 5187 RD 2161.
Hey, 3 hospital.
Let me say 3 Roger. Respond code 3 from Langford, Sherman Way to Sherman Way and Vine Lane. North Hollywood unit 1585 is closer on that. XL 96, 17 XL 96, are you clear? 17 XL 96, Roger, on the spot. 17 XL 96, Roger. 26 T32, 26 T32, are you clear?
North Hollywood Unit 10, 1585, your ambulance DUI traffic, Sherman Way and Vineland has been upgraded to any unit in the vicinity fire department requesting a backup, Sherman Way and Vineland, code 3, still code 3, incident 5185, RD 1509.
Never look.
17895, standby.
Minus 44 on the FD backup, Sherman Way and Vineland.
I need to Tango unit. Shots fired heard only. 5480 Quakertown Avenue. PR heard 6 gunshots. No suspect or vehicle seen. Code 2, incident 5233, RD 2189. T32, are you clear? 5807 and RD 914.
MX 108 shows us to follow the route to Valley Press Hospital.
Are you tired of the media spinning the truth and pushing false narratives? Well, take a look at this. Over the last 3 years, while the
647. Clear.
For seeing a little social distancing here, if you've been watching, George, you've noticed that there's often quite a crowd there behind the podium, standing shoulder to shoulder. This time, like the rest of us here in the briefing room, there's a little separation, not quite 6 feet as recommended, but certainly more than we've seen in the past.
And we will wash our hands when we're done, which is important.
United States, after being imprisoned in Lebanon since September of 2019. He's battling late-stage cancer. Mr. Fakouri will now be able to receive the much-needed care best we can. So, Syria, please work with us and with your additional relief to the workers, small businesses, and the hardest-hit industries. We want to make sure that everybody is able to continue on so that when we recover, all of these companies and these great businesses, both very, very small and very, very large, they're not going to be broken up and you'd have to put them back together. That would take a long time because we really believe in, I believe in the V curve. I believe it's going to go, when this is defeated, this hidden scourge is defeated, I think we're going to go up very rapidly, our economy, and get back to where it was and beyond. Today, I want to share with you exciting progress that the FDA is making with the private sector as we slash red tape like nobody has ever done it before. Somebody was on yesterday on one of the networks and said that there's never been a president even close that's been able to do what I've done in slashing all of the red tape and everything to get very important things to the market, medical. So we slash red tape to develop vaccines and therapies as fast as it can possibly be done, long before anybody else was even thinking about doing this. And as you know, earlier this week, we began the first clinical trial of a vaccine candidate for the virus, and that was launched in record time. It was just a few weeks, and that would have taken years to do, not so long ago. As we race to develop a vaccine, we're also pursuing antiviral therapies, and that's what really we're going to be talking to you about today. That's the purpose of being up here today. And to me, that's even more important. The vaccine, by its nature, you have to have long tests because you have to make sure what goes into somebody's body is not going to do destruction, do bad things. So you need long tests. And they're doing great with the vaccines, but it's still a long process. But the therapies are something we can move on much faster, potentially. And the treatments that will be able to reduce the severity or duration of the symptoms, make people better. Essentially, we're looking at things to make people better, or at the very earliest stages, they wouldn't even know they had it. And that's where I believe it's going to work even the best. The FDA Commissioner, Stephen Hahn, who's with us, he's fantastic. And he has been working 24 hours a day. He's been he's worked like probably as hard or harder than anybody in the group, other than maybe Mike Pence or me. And what the FDA is doing is incredible. They've done things in times that were not even thinkable. And I've directed the FDA to eliminate outdated rules and bureaucracy so this work can proceed rapidly, quickly, and I mean fast. And we have to remove every barrier. There were a lot of barriers that were unnecessary. And they've done that to get the rapid deployment of safe, effective treatments. And we think we have some good answers. We'll find out very, very soon. Clinical trials are already underway for many new therapies, and we're working on scaling these to allow many more Americans to access different drugs that have shown really good promise. We've had some really good promise. We will do so in a way that lets us continue to collect good data to know which medicines are safe and which medicines are working the best. We have a couple that we're in really good shape on, and that's for immediate delivery. Immediate, like as fast as we can get it. The FDA has also approved compassionate use for a significant number of patients. You know what that means. We're also reviewing drugs that are approved abroad or drugs approved here for other uses. And, you know, one of the things that I'm most proud of that I got was right to try. That's where somebody who's ill, somebody who's very sick, terminally ill usually, in past administrations, we signed this a year and a half ago. You wouldn't be able to even think about getting any of the drugs that may be showing great promise now. And they've been trying for many decades to get this approved. And it sounds simple, but it's not, because there's liability involved and lots of other things. And I was able to get it approved working with Congress, right to try. This is beyond right to try. What we're talking about today is beyond right to try. Right to try has been, by the way, a tremendous success. People are living now that had no chance of living, where we take treatments that would, things that would have to go through years of a process. And if somebody was terminally ill, and I would say, why wouldn't they be able to try this? They'd go to Asia, they'd go to Europe, they'd go all over the world to try and find something. Or some people, if they had no money, would go home to die. They'd go home to die. They had no hope. Right to try has been an incredible success. But this is beyond right to try. If treatments known to be safe in Europe, Japan, or other nations are effective against the virus, we'll use that information to protect the health and safety of American people. Nothing will stand in our way as we pursue any avenue to find what best works against this horrible virus. Now, a drug called chloroquine, and some people would add to it hydroxychloroquine. So chloroquine or hydroxychloroquine. Now, this is a common malaria drug. It's also a drug used for strong arthritis. Somebody has pretty serious arthritis. Also uses this in a somewhat different form. But it is known as a malaria drug, and it's been around for a long time, and it's very powerful. But the nice part is it's been around for a long time. So we know that if things don't go as planned, it's not going to kill anybody. When you go with a brand new drug, you don't know that that's going to happen. You have to see, and you have to go long test. But this has been used in different forms, very powerful drug in different forms. And it's shown very encouraging, very, very encouraging early results. And we're going to be able to make that drug available almost immediately. And that's where the FDA has been so great. They've gone through the approval process. It's been approved. And they did it. They took it down from many, many months to immediate. So we're going to be able to make that drug available by prescription or states. I spoke with Governor Cuomo about it at great length last night, and he wants to be right on the. He wants to be first on the line, and so I think that's a tremendous. There's tremendous promise based on the results and other tests. There's tremendous promise, and normally the FDA would take a long time to approve something like that, and it was approved very, very quickly, and it's now approved by prescription. Individual states will handle it. They can handle it. Doctors will handle it, and I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be great. Then we're quickly studying this drug, and while we're continuing to study it, but the studying is going to be also done as it's given out to large groups of people, perhaps in New York and other places. We'll study it there. There are promising therapies produced by Gilead, and that's remdesivir, and that's a drug used for other purposes that's been out and it's had very good results for other purposes, but it seems to have a very good result having to do with this virus. And that drug also has been approved, or very close to approved in that case, by the FDA. And I can't tell you how much we appreciate what the FDA, these people are incredible patriots, and the job that Stephen Hahn is doing, Dr. Hahn, who's one of the most respected doctors in the country, by the way, where we took him. I said, "You sure you want to do this?" Now, we didn't know that this was going to be in the playlist, what happened here, but he really has stepped up to the plate. Wherever you are, where is he? You really have. I'd shake his hand, but I'm not supposed to do that. Get in a lot of trouble if I did that. But he's been fantastic, and I thank you, Doctor. He's going to speak right after I'm finished. So, Regeneron again, is a company that's done fantastically well, as I understand, with Ebola and some other things. Great company, and they're looking at some very promising events also. So you have remdesivir, and you have chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine. So those are two that are out now, essentially approved for prescribed use. And I think it's going to be very exciting. I think it could be a game changer, and maybe not. But I think it could be, based on what I see, it could be a game changer. Very powerful. They're very powerful. So I want every American to know that we're doing everything we can, and these actions are important next steps. I mean, for the FDA to act the way they acted with this kind of speed is an incredible thing. Normally they'd say, well, we can have it by next year, or we can have it in 2 years from now. You understand, this is the way. Normally it's like years and years and years. They had it immediately, based on the fact that it's been used for other things, totally unrelated things. We believe these therapeutics and others under evaluation right now will be able to provide relief to many Americans. We really hope that's going to be. This could be a tremendous breakthrough, And we will work toward a much-needed vaccine in the future, as I said. And what we're doing with the FDA is so exciting in so many other fields. So many things are happening. It's a very exciting time for medicine. And we appreciate that the American public has pulled together. They're really staying home. And I think there's tremendous spirit in this country right now. It's spirit like a lot of people have not seen. People have not seen anything like it for a long time. And that means Democrat, Republican, they're pulling together. I hope everything's going good on the Hill. Maybe I shouldn't say this until I check out what's going on, because you never know. But I think there's a great spirit where the Democrats, the Republicans, and everybody else are getting together and they're trying to get things done. But most importantly, the American public has been incredible. We took the best economy we've ever had and we said, stop, you can't work. You have to stay home. You know, there's never been a case like this. Normally you pay a lot of money to get things going. Here's a case where we're paying a lot of money to stop things because we don't want people to be together so that this virus doesn't continue onward. So there's never been anything like this in history. There's never been. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. But we're doing the right thing. We have to get rid of. I mean, our big war is it's not a financial war. It's a war, and it's a medical war. We have to win this war. It's very important. With that, I'd like to just introduce Dr. Stephen Hahn, and again, I'd like to send back with Stephen our thanks to all of the people working in the FDA who are fantastic, talented people. We appreciate it very much, everything you've done, especially the speed that you got these two elements, these two very important drugs passed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you for your leadership during this coronavirus outbreak, and thank you for the kind words about the FDA staff. We have 10,000 scientists, doctors, and others, and more than that, working around the clock to aid the American people in this fight against the coronavirus, and those words are very much appreciated, sir.
Thank you.
So before the President nominated me and I was confirmed as Commissioner of Food and Drugs, I was a cancer doctor. And I've sat across from countless number of patients and had to talk to them about their diagnosis and their treatment. And one thing that was really important is to provide hope. I have great hope for how we're going to come out of this situation. What's also important is not to provide false hope, but to provide hope. And as a doctor, that's the way I come to this. I'm speaking now to the American people as Commissioner of Food and Drugs, but that part of me has not left. Just look at the way the American people have responded to our calls for mitigation, for social distancing. The American people have great resiliency, and I am so incredibly proud of how the American people have responded. As the President mentioned, he asked us to be aggressive, to break down barriers to innovation, and to accelerate the development of life-saving treatments. And we're doing that at the FDA. The FDA is committed to continuing to provide regulatory flexibility and guidance. But let me make one thing clear. FDA's responsibility to the American people is to ensure that products are safe and effective. And yet we are continuing to do that. Our folks and their tremendous professionals are working day and night to do this. You just can't even imagine how much they're working to provide this support for the American people, and I thank them. Since early January, long before the first domestic case, FDA began working in collaboration with CDC. I also want to note that we stood up an incident command group and have been focused on the coronavirus since the very beginning of this public health emergency. This is, in addition, an all-of-government and all-America approach, and I'll describe what I mean by that in terms of the development of therapeutics. An important part of that work is expanding the potential therapeutic options associated with coronavirus, and we've learned from our colleagues across the globe about this. But I want to focus on one thing. I was a cancer researcher before all this, and one thing I know about this great country of ours is that we have unbelievable innovators. We have people who every day, it's their job to develop treatments for all sorts of diseases. We are incredibly blessed as a country to have this. And as is true in any illness, these great American innovators, academia, private sector, they have engaged us about the best possible treatment options. We are looking at everything that's coming across our desks as possible treatment options for coronavirus. And we're extremely encouraged by the interest and the promise that we've seen from these great American innovators. Now again, we need to look at it. We need the data. We need the information to make the absolute best decisions for the American people. But I want to assure you, we have over 17,000 people at FDA who are doing this every day. We need to make sure that the sea of new treatments will get the right drug to the right patient at the right dosage at the right time. As an example, we may have the right drug, but it may not be in the appropriate dosage form right now, and that may do more harm than good. Those are the things that's our job to look at, and that's why it's really important we have these dedicated professionals looking at these aspects of therapeutic development. At the same time, we're also working through different mechanisms to actually get drugs into the hands of providers and patients. The President mentioned this, but one of the mechanisms is called compassionate use. Let me just tell you about this. If there's an experimental drug that's potentially available, a doctor could ask for that drug to be used in a patient. We have criteria for that and very speedy approval for that. The important thing about compassionate use, and that's what the President meant, this is even beyond right to try, is that we get to collect the information about that. Because one of the things, and our promise to the American people, is we will collect the data and then make the absolute right decisions based upon those data about the safety and efficacy of the treatments. We are working expeditiously, and we are working to make sure that these products are as safe and effective as they possibly can be. Let me tell you about a few things that we're currently working on. And this is a plan that was developed with many of the people at this table, our infectious disease experts on the task force. In the short term, we're looking at drugs that are already approved for other indications. So they're already approved, as the President said, for other diseases. As an example, many Americans have read studies and heard media reports about this drug chloroquine, which is an anti-malarial drug. It's already approved, as the President said, for the treatment of malaria as well as an arthritis condition. That's a drug that the President has directed us to take a closer look at as to whether an expanded use approach to that could be done to actually see if that benefits patients. And again, we want to do that in the setting of a clinical trial, a large pragmatic clinical trial, to actually gather that information and answer the question that needs to be answered and asked and answered. Let me give you another example. There's a cross-agency effort about something called convalescent plasma. This is a pretty exciting area. And again, this is something that we have given assistance to other countries with as this crisis has developed. So FDA has been working for some time on this. If you've been exposed to coronavirus and you're better, you don't have the virus in your blood, we could collect the blood. Now, this is a possible treatment. This is not a proven treatment. Just want to emphasize that. Collect the blood, concentrate that, and have the ability, once it's pathogen-free, that is virus-free, be able to give that to other patients, and the immunoglobulins, the immune response, could potentially provide a benefit to patients. It's another thing that we're looking at. Over the next couple weeks, we'll have more information that we're really pushing hard to try to accelerate that. That's in the sort of more medium short term, and that'll be a bridge to other therapies that will take us 3 to 6 months to develop. And this is a continuous process. There is no beginning and end to each of this. This is, we're pushing this through. The other great thing about the great innovators of America, some of them tell us it's taken us years to develop therapies. They're looking at pushing that to the months period of time. And we're trying to provide them the regulatory flexibility, but at the same time the scientific oversight to make sure that gets done in the best way possible for the American people. The President mentioned that there is a vaccine trial currently being performed. It's a phase 1 trial, so it's the earliest study that gets done. We expect that to take 12 months to get to completion, to actually a time where we could approve a vaccine. But these are all things to bridge to the prevention part of this with a vaccine. It's exciting work, and the President is right. This is record time for the development of a vaccine, and impressive public-private partnership. The FDA's efforts to facilitate the development of these products are focused on ensuring timely access while also meeting the agency's world-respected gold standard, relying on strong data from clinical trials to determine if an experimental or an off-the-shelf drug that's used for something else can safely and effectively treat patients. We want to assure the American people that FDA is all hands on deck, as the President mentioned, these efforts, and continue to work with interested sponsors to help expedite the work. We remain steadfast in helping to foster the development of safe and effective therapies for COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike? Talk about the masks.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met this morning, and on this very first day of spring, we continue to make steady progress toward President Trump's objective not only to marshal all the resources of the federal government, every state government, every local health official, but also to harness the power of the American private sector, and activities over the last day reflect all of those priorities. Yesterday, the President spoke with America's top physicians and nurses and garnered helpful insights about how we can best serve those who are serving Americans that are dealing with the coronavirus. We also had a productive call with over 5,000 state and local officials explaining the federal government's approach and our strong and seamless partnership with all 50 states and the territories. Last night, as you heard, the President signed the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, which provides free coronavirus testing, paid sick leave, family leave for caregivers, and food assistance for the needy, among a broad range of benefits. And today, as the President indicated, we expect that the Senate will begin work on an economic relief package. Later today, the President and I will meet again in a teleconference with the nation's governors. We will meet at the National Response Coordination Center at FEMA and outline President Trump's decision to have FEMA take the lead in our national coronavirus response. Our nation's response through FEMA will be locally executed, state managed, and federally supported. On testing, we want the American people to know once again that testing is available in all 50 states and is becoming increasingly available literally every hour of the day. Because of the public-private partnership that the President initiated several weeks ago with major commercial labs, I'm pleased to receive a report today that tens of thousands of tests are being performed every day. And with the passage of last night's legislations, state and private labs are now required by law to report all coronavirus testing directly to the CDC, which will give the American public and also give our researchers timely and important information. It's important for every American to remember that if you don't have symptoms, you don't need to get a test. We want to make sure that testing is available for people that are experiencing symptoms or have a genuine concern about having been exposed to someone with the coronavirus. Dr. Birx will address county-level data as well as the progress we've made on testing, and Americans can expect to see how an increased number of cases as our new testing system comes online should not be a cause of concern. She'll explain the importance of taking into account our new testing system as new data arrives over the next several days. On supplies, a priority the President has given to our task force, we continue to work with healthcare providers, businesses, and state leadership to identify available supplies, not merely in the federal stockpile, but much more importantly, available across the private sector. We're encouraged to see companies like Honeywell and 3M that I visited a few short weeks ago take advantage of the changes in the law last night that allow the sale of industrial masks directly to hospitals. Those companies have now greatly increased by the tens of millions their production of so-called N95 masks that will give our healthcare workers the protection that they need to minister to those that are dealing with the symptoms or the disease of coronavirus. Following the signing of last night's bill, all of those masks now have liability protection, and the companies can sell industrial masks to hospitals. It is encouraging, as we called out yesterday, to see construction companies all across America that are, as we speak, checking their supplies and donating those industrial masks to their local hospitals. And I know I speak on behalf of the President, who spent a lot of time as a builder, when we thank builders across America for partnering with our local healthcare officials. On the subject of ventilators, we're working with healthcare providers around America and suppliers. And we're encouraged to learn that we've literally identified tens of thousands of ventilators that can be converted to treat patients. And we remain increasingly confident that we will have the ventilators that we need as the coronavirus makes its way across America. And as we said before, we're all in this together. And before I step away and give the podium back to the President and to Dr. Birx, I want to call every American's attention again to the President's 15 days to slow the spread. We continue to hear one case after another, one city after another, where people are putting into practice the principles that the President outlined this Monday. And make no mistake about it, that while for the American people as a whole, the risk of serious illness remains low, these guidelines should be practiced by every American in every community, not only to lessen the spread of the coronavirus, but to protect the most vulnerable among us. And I think Americans from their hearts are not only practicing these principles of social distancing and avoiding social gatherings of more than 10 people, using drive-thrus at restaurants to protect their own health and the health of their family, but they're also recognizing that that no American wants to inadvertently convey the coronavirus to someone for whom the consequences could be quite serious. At the President's direction, we'll continue to marshal all the resources of government at every level. We'll be reiterating that strong partnership with America's states this afternoon, with America's governors, pulling all of the private sector energy together, the innovation that you just heard described. I know on this first day of spring that we'll get through this, and we'll get through this together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chris.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So I know you're watching the data carefully. You can see the dramatic increases in the number of new cases based on our ability to test additional people. And this will continue over the next 2 to 3 days as we begin to have backlogs reduced of the testing. You all have heard the anecdotes of people waiting 5 or 6 days for their test results. We are moving through all of that as well as testing individuals. I really want to applaud the frontline healthcare workers, the nurses and the doctors and the testers that have really prioritized, and the American people who have prioritized those with symptoms. The number of test positives is increasing. That is a dramatically important signature that everybody is doing their job. Those with mild symptoms are staying home, self-isolating. Those with serious symptoms are coming forward to getting testing. Our test positive rates are now into the 10 to 11% range. That still means that 90% of the illnesses out there, even the severe ones, are not COVID-19. I know many of you are looking at the state level data. Still over 50% of the cases come from 3 states. This is why we continue to prioritize testing in those states. In addition, 50% of the cases come from 10 counties. We're a very large country with very many counties, and I just want to applaud the local and state governments that are implementing their emergency operations centers and plans to ensure. I want to also really thank the healthcare workers that have been asked to reduce all elective surgeries, medical, and dental visits. This will dramatically increase the number of ventilators that are available in hospitals, but also in ambulatory surgical centers that can be converted and utilized. And also to the construction industry. We are deeply grateful the number, as Vice President said, the number of individuals have come forward with their construction masks, their booties, their Tyvek suits, and their masks to contribute them to the healthcare sector. The President's request to make this available in that legislation changes the ability and increases our availability immediately by the 75 to 90% range because of the amount of construction use of those elements. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, very much. Jerome, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. Today, you heard a wonderful announcement from the FDA, and I just want to give a shout out to Steve, Dr. Hahn, and the folks at the FDA, where several hundred of my Commission Corps officers work. You're right, Mr. President. They are tireless. They're doing things that have never been done before to bring the most prudent advances to the American people. But I want to talk about something different briefly. We know many of you are home practicing the President's guidelines for social distancing. But one thing we should all consider, especially our millennials and Gen Z, is donating blood. As an anesthesiologist who still practices at Walter Reed taking care of our wounded warriors and our soldiers, I know donated blood is an essential part of caring for patients, and one donation can save up to 3 lives. Blood centers are open now and in need of your donation. I want America to know that blood donation is safe, and blood centers are taking extra precautions at this time based on new CDC recommendations, including spacing beds 6 feet apart, disinfecting surfaces between patients, temperature checking staff, and encouraging donors to make appointments ahead of time so we can space them out. Social distancing does not have to mean social disengagement. So give blood today. You'll feel good about it, and you'll be helping your country and your community during this crisis. And you might even save a life.
Thank you, Jerome. Thank you. Mr. President? Yeah, please. Go ahead, Jim.
Mr. President, switching to the efforts to boost the economy with the measures before Congress, will you guarantee that the money, the billions, the tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars even, that's going to go to these industries will not go to executive bonuses or to more stock buybacks.
Well, we don't want that. In fact, some companies, as you know, did stock buybacks, and I was never happy with that. It's very hard to tell them not to, but I would tell them not to. I would say I don't like it for that reason. Some did, and it turned out that they could have waited a long time. It would have been much better off if they did.
You can make it a condition of the bill. You can say that none of this money can go for that.
I wouldn't mind making, I mean, you know, it takes many, many people in this case to tango. But as far as I'm concerned, that conditions like that would be okay with me. John?
Mr. President, if I could, a question for you and then a question for Dr. Hahn. You enabled, I guess is probably the best way to put it, the Defense Production Act yesterday, but you didn't pull the trigger on it.
No, because we hope we're not going to need that.
You're getting a lot of calls on Capitol Hill from the Democratic leadership to pull the trigger on it. Why, what's the rationale for not doing that?
First of all, governors are supposed to be doing a lot of this work, and they are doing a lot of this work. The federal government's not supposed to be out there buying vast amounts of items and then shipping. You know, we're not a shipping clerk. The governors are supposed to be, as with testing, the governors are supposed to be doing it. We'll help out, and we'll help out wherever we can, and we can buy in volume, and in some cases, great volume. With the masks, as an example, which were really a problem. We have helped out, and there are right now millions of masks being made. But this is really for the local governments, governors, and people within the state, depending on the way they divide it up. And they'll do that, and they're doing a very good job of it. Where you have a problem with ventilators, we're working very hard trying to find. Nobody in their wildest dreams would have ever thought that we need tens of thousands of ventilators. This is something that's very unique to this, to what happened.
Under what conditions would you put the Defense Production Act into action?
Well, if we were desperately in need of something, and we frankly will know about that very shortly. We want to be ahead of, we don't want to do it as it happens, but before it happens. We're going to know a lot over the next 2 or 3 days. We'll know a lot.
For Dr. President? Dr. Hahn? Any idea when remdesivir will be available to the market? And are there any drugs in the pipeline that you believe could qualify for a treatment IND?
So with respect to the first question, I'm prohibited by law to disclose confidential commercial information. What I can tell you is we're working very closely with the company on this, and we'll have additional information. They will relatively soon. Yes, there are drugs in the pipeline. We're looking at everyone. Everyone on this dais gets calls every day, as do all of our people at the FDA, about potential therapeutic options. We are looking at every single one of them.
Okay. Mr. President, 2 questions for you. One on coronavirus, but just really quickly, are you confirming that Austin Tice is still alive?
No, I'm not, but we're trying to find that out. This has been going on for years. Many years they've been trying to find Austin Tice. He was in Syria, as you know. His mother is an incredible woman, and I'm doing it for him, but I'm doing it for his mother. His mother's an incredible woman who's desperate to find her son. And I'm not confirming alive, but if he is alive, we would like very much to get him back quickly.
Okay, and on coronavirus, speaking of shortages of supplies, the CDC has put out guidelines for hospitals that are dealing with a shortage of masks to use them beyond their shelf life, reuse them instead of getting new ones, and in a worst case scenario, use a bandana instead of a mask. How is that acceptable at all?
Well, I haven't seen that, but I will let Mike answer that question, Vice President.
I'm happy to, Mr. President. I can't emphasize enough the incredible progress that was made with the passage of the legislation last night. The President had me go to Minnesota and meet with 3M that manufactures these N95 masks a few weeks ago. And we learned of their production at that facility of 35 million masks a month. Less than 5 million of those were qualified to be sold to hospitals. So the President worked with Republican and Democrat leadership. We've extended the liability protection.
At the end of the day, I'm not going to let it stop me from partying. You know, we've been waiting for Miami spring break for a while. About 2 months we've had this trip planned. 2-3 months. So we're just out here having a good time. Whatever happens, happens.
Like, it's really messing up with my spring break. What is there to do here other than go to the bars or the beach, and they're closing all of it? It's really messing up. I think they're blowing it way out of proportion. I think it's doing way too much.
Doing us bad. We need a refund. This virus ain't that serious. It's serious. It's more serious things out there like hunger and poverty, and we need to address that.
Yeah, I
I mean, we planned this a long time ago, and it was kind of up in the air if we still go, but, like, we're here. I just turned 21 this year, so I'm here to party, so it's kind of disappointing, but we're just making the most of it. We met these other people in our little Airbnb spot, so we're just hanging out with them and trying to get drunk before everything closes.
Corona. At the end of the day, I'm not going to let it stop me from partying. You know, we've been waiting for Miami spring break for a while. About 2 months we've had this trip planned. 2-3 months. So we're just out here having a good time. Whatever happens, happens.
Like, it's really messing up with my spring break. What is there to do here other than go to the bars or the beach, and they're closing all of it? It's really messing up. I think they're blowing it way out of proportion. I think it's doing way
Stay tough, ain't no fucking playing, we ain't game boys.
That mean the bitch got to drop on us. My back is against the wall. This is not a test. It's the real deal. Help me. Help me. Nigga. Help me. That mean the bitch got to drop on us. My back is against the wall. This is not a test. It's the real deal. Help me. Help me.
Hi, my name is Saba, Assistant Director of Interreligious and Intercommunity Affairs at AJC Los Angeles. How am I being a mensch? Well, as an Iranian Jew, I didn't grow up with that Yiddish word, but we did grow up with the concept, coming from the Zoroastrian religious tradition, of good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. So, how am I being a mensch?
I love you, Mike.
I love you, Mom.
Hey, the taxi meter's running on there, you know. It's got to be at least a $15 ride out there. You don't want to hear.
Lead to a championship. 8 minutes from now, you will do first take. But you just mentioned there were a million other moves yesterday. Did one of them, taking sort of the Knicks out of it, did one of them, in your opinion, lead to a championship? Did something that happened yesterday, is it going to lead to 18? 8 minutes from now, you will do first take. But you just mentioned there were a million other.
Simple steps we can all take to stay healthy and protect our community. Wash your hands for 20 seconds with soap and warm water. Clean and disinfect frequently touched surfaces daily. Cover coughs and sneezes with a tissue or elbow and avoid touching your face. If you do have symptoms like cough and fever, stay at home and call your doctor. When we all do our part, we can keep California healthy. For more information, visit covid19.ca.gov. COVID-19 is a serious
È scappato il pesce. Minchia, mi tuffo la braccia adesso. Gotcha. L'hai cavalato?
valió verga, no estás viendo, pues.
¿Qué pasó aquí?
O valió verga, no estás viendo, pues.
¿Qué pasó aquí?
It's tough without it going on, and it's affecting all of us, and life's not the same without Mets baseball. But I hope that this coronavirus thing passes very, very soon, and we can get back to playing, and everything is all good in the world when Mets baseball's back. So I appreciate your lifelong support, and always let's go Mets.
Oh, let's go Mets. You want them. Let's go Mets. Oh, my God.
How you doing? You look great. I know.
And I don't got none.
You look great though. It looks adorable on you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sean Cartwright spends a lot of time working with the homeless community in San Jose.
I just wanted to come out and find out, like, are you finding out anything about coronavirus, or the city and county coming out and telling you anything?
I think they relying on the television and radios, but a lot of us don't have televisions and radios because we don't have power.
The big thing on our mind these days is the coronavirus. Are the homeless at more risk for diseases like this?
They are, because the 4 things that they mentioned on the CDC site that make you more at risk: over 50, and any heart, lung, or kidney disease. And that is like the vast majority of unhoused people. So for them to even notice, like, wait, I might have a fever, or my cough might be worse than usual, by the time that they decide that, hey, I think I'm actually really sick, there's probably a whole bunch of other people that already have it by now, or that they've given it to. And then what happens is, okay, so you're unhoused. You go to the hospital, you don't feel good. And then they say, okay, you've got it. And now we're gonna quarantine you. Where?
The CDC recommends that people use hand sanitizer and wash their hands regularly. But for the homeless who don't have access to those expensive supplies, or even running water, that can be nearly impossible. Valerie Kirkland has been living in a tent along a street named after the co-founder of Apple, Steve Wozniak. What are you doing to be careful?
Those wipey things, and then I have a stove, thank God.
You can actually heat up some water and then use that to wash your hands. Because you don't have running water, obviously.
And to wash my little dishes,
So how worried would you say you are?
You know what? When God wants me, He's going to get me.
Public health experts worry about the homeless because sicknesses that affect them don't just stay in that community. And the same goes for many of the working poor, groups that have traditionally been underserved by the social services safety net. That could pose a significant challenge to any large-scale efforts to keep the public safe in an outbreak. Anne Mongavin is a public health expert at Santa Clara University.
I think this epidemic is shattering our illusion that social justice issues that affect the most vulnerable don't really affect those of us who are more fortunate. So we want people who are sick to stay home. But the homeless have no home. And low-wage workers may be less able to take time off for work. And we want really sick people to get care as soon as possible. And these populations tend to put that off for various reasons. The cost of health care for the undocumented, the fear that it could reveal undocumented status. There are whole populations that are not going to be coming forward and saying, maybe we should be tested.
How much does having these large underserved populations impede our government, our state government's ability to keep this virus in check?
I think we're going to find out, but it certainly poses a very big danger. And it's another way I would say that radical inequalities in our society are intrinsically a public health threat.
It's automatic when I talk with old friends. A conversation to girls we knew, and the hill was soft and low, and the beach was a place to go.
Not just one.
One per person.
Answer. $1981. Did you already handle the incident on the domestic violence on Tupper Street?
Roger. OCC.
1981, Roger. Information insert 5813 RD 964.
You can cancel my call.
1681, Roger.
Sure. 19881, Roger.
Code 15224, Chatsworth. You're route to incident 5689. 15838, disregard. San Eyes Unit, Runaway Juvenile Investigation 7130 Burnett Avenue, Code 2, Incident 5807, RD 914.
Contact the PR number. You understand? Thank you.
5885. San Eyes Unit, Murder 10601 San Fernando Road 106, San Fernando Road inside room 11 at the shelter. Suspect molested 17, 18 years, assaulting siblings, approximately 18 and 4 years inside the room. Gas was also heard breaking. Unknown location of the parents. Incident 5822 already 1640. Mission Unit, Landlord-Tenant Dispute, 8827 Hazeltine Avenue. Incident 5672, RD 1987.
35 battery in progress. 10601 San Fernando Road, 10601 San Fernando Road, code 3, incident 5822, RD 1643.
Take 35 Roger, just responding code 3 from Paul 9 Valley.
Tow's been canceled. All units 16835 is responding code 3 from Paula and Van Nuys to 10601 San Fernando Road.
T97 traffic stops, Pulver and Lassen, 5 Frank Sam Boyd, 464.
Seven traffic stops Sepulveda and Lawson. 5 Tom Samboy 464.
23 Roger on this one.
23 Roger.
William Victor 281. Okay, put down on your NDC.
15838, 3 King William Victor 281.
You got him right now. Is there a better location for the PR? Okay, 99, stand by. Gradually.
Code 6, 10601 San Fernando Road. Mary Elizabeth Hannah, 101010 Wilson Avenue, Floraville.
Maybe. Correction 5785.
9893, Roger.
Okay.
16835, standby. Can I get the last one? 9X165738.
For common name only. Florida Southwest. That's Chelsea. 17881. Roger.
further.
Please not here, bye-bye.